like all of them are wearing?
I'm sure
Like,
they'll give us free ones. I don't know. I
yeah,
don't know who's wearing this.
yeah. I was gonna say I feel out of place in the blue.
It's all right. It doesn't matter. I've worn pink and yellow.
Just can't wear the other team's color.
Yeah. I don't even really care. And I can, well, I don't have more space. I can make more space if you want. That just seems kind of a little uncomfortable.
I mean, I was gonna put my computer down.
Let's see if I can make
Oops, sorry.
more. I guess we don't really have enough space.
Not really. No, it's fine.
Okay.
That's what bigger paper is nice to read, but it doesn't really fit as well.
That's all right.
See, that's what at school I can print paper for free all the time, and this size. But now here, my dad had to go downtown to print this morning.
Oh, nice. You live in Nebraska?
Yeah, I live in Bennington, which is I guess I don't know how familiar you are with the area. Not too far from here.
Too familiar. I
Yeah.
got here like a week ago. ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Moeller Field here in Fremont, Nebraska for a doubleheader showdown between the Hastings Sodbusters and your Fremont Moo. I'm Prescott Deckinger, joined alongside Baylor Dejan. We're glad to have you with us. The Moo come into today's twin bill fresh off a two-game road trip against the Salina Sliders, where they split a pair of high-scoring contests and plated 20 runs in 18 innings of baseball. Salina took the opener 11-7, capitalizing on 3 Fremont infield errors that led to 6 unearned runs. But the Moo bounced back in Game 2, showing plenty of fight. Fremont found itself down by 4 runs on 2 separate occasions before rallying late. Cooper Ficino delivered the biggest swing of the night with a 2-run blast in the top of the 7th to give the Moo a 10-9 lead, and Fremont never looked back, adding 3 insurance runs in the 8th on the way to a 13-10 victory. And we're a few seconds away from first pitch here at Moeller Field, and it'll be leading off tonight in the left-handed batter's box, number 7, A.J. Astill for the Sodbusters. Here is the first pitch from Wyatt Henry, and it's low and in the dirt for ball 1.
And Astill comes in this matchup leading the Sodbusters with runs with 4. So the shortstop from Nelson University played well so far this season. 20 plate appearances, 14 at-bats. Only 1 hit, though.
Second pitch is outside, so a hitter's count for Astill. That one catches the zone at knee level. 2 balls, 1 strike for the leadoff man for Hastings. And both of these teams right now in the bottom of the pecking order in the Diamond Baseball League. Fremont sits at 2-4. Hastings sits at 1-4. That one just misses the outside corner. 3 balls, 1 strike.
And a big piece to that start for each team has been the runs they've given up. These two teams are in the bottom of the league in ERA each. The Moo give up 10.9 earned, while the Sodbusters give up 9.3.
Yeah, so both teams nearing double digits in ERA for their pitching staff. The Moo have added a lot of pitching depth recently, and that one misses down low for ball 4, so it's a leadoff walk for A.J. Astill. He'll head down to first base, and Wyatt Henry gives up a 6-pitch walk.
And that's his 4th walk of the season. Not too high so far this year in his 8 innings pitched, but he's done pretty well. Second lowest in the team ERA with 7.8, and he faced 34 batters.
Yeah, he had a strong opening against the Sliders, but pitched 5 scoreless innings. That one catches the zone. It's 0-1. Now to Chance Burton, the center fielder for Hastings, also a left-handed hitter, righty on lefty matchup.
And Henry's only giving up 1.6 bases per inning so far this year. He's got 1 down. Let's see if he gets higher in this one.
So a man aboard with nobody out here in the top of the first. I'd also like to mention both of these games tonight in the doubleheader will be 7 innings. So it'll be quicker games, 2 less innings in the books for both of these teams. Yesterday night was rained out. Swing and a miss there from Burton. 2 balls, 2 strikes in the count.
And Burton has only struck out twice this season. Some of the bottom on this Sodbuster squad. He's also walked 5 times. Not too often he gets behind the count.
And a pickoff over to first is not in time. On first is Cooper Ficino. Yesterday night, or I should say Thursday night, hit a 2-run bomb that put the Fremont Moo in front for good. Runner goes, swing and a miss. Throw down to second is behind, but luckily Giovanni Malatesta is there to back up in center field. So the first punch out for Wyatt Henry sits down Chance Burton, but Astill sneaks over to second base and a runner in scoring position.
And that's Astill's 5th stolen base of the season. He's 100% on stolen bases, not got caught stealing once. But this Sodbusters team has gotten caught stealing the most in the entire league, but they are 2nd in stolen bases.
Base runner and A.J. Astill, and that's who you like to have as your leadoff base runner, someone who can swipe a bag at any time. So the 5th stolen bag of the year for Astill, and that brings up the 3-hole hitter David Osana.
And Osana has been a big bat for the Sodbusters so far this season. He's getting on base about 53% of the time, OPS of 908. 7 walks on the year and 4 runs scored, just like Astill.
Fresh count for David Osana. Looking for a base hit to bring a base runner home. Wyatt Henry will deal, and it's in the zone for strike one.
And Osana has also only struck out 3 times this season, just third least on the team.
Seems like the top of this order doesn't have a lot of swing and misses and get on the base path with a lot of walks. A lot of discipline at the start of this lineup. Wyatt Henry will pick off over to second, won't throw. Still no balls, 1 strike in the count for Osana. Here's the 0-1. A breaking ball doesn't get in the top of the zone, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
And that's so important for the hitters to have a good eye against a pitcher like Wyatt Henry, who's only walked 4 batters so far this year.
Here comes the 1-1. This one is cracked into center field. Giovanni Malatesta is there and puts it into his leather for the second out of this inning.
And Malatesta has 100% fielding percentage this season. That's his 8th putout of the year.
Definitely a solid center fielder and one of the quickest-footed members of this Fremont Moo squad. 2 away in the top of the first. Wyatt Henry has a man on second base trying to keep him there. And he has Bryce Anderson to deal with now, arguably the best hitter on this Hastings side.
Yeah, Bryce Anderson leads the
There's
team.
There's the pickoff over to second and nearly in time. Keep going, Baylor.
Sorry. Bryce Anderson leads the team in runs, hits, home runs, and walks. He's doing just about everything for the Sodbusters team. OPS of 1.129.
That one catches the inside half of the plate. 1 strike in the count to Anderson. And it's 3 left-handed batters in these first 4 that Wyatt has seen. The 0-1 is popped up to the shallow part of left field. And called off was Ripken Fleck. That is Braden Mitchell over there for the 3rd out. And the Fremont Moo get out of a little bit of danger. And they'll head to the bottom of the first with the score clean at 0 apiece.
Not a bad start there from Wyatt Henry. Walked the first batter, but he got through with a strike and 2 pop-outs after that.
And as we head to the bottom half of the first, we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors. First, we'd like to thank Methodist Fremont Health. When it comes to caring for the Fremont community, Methodist Fremont Health is here 24/7 with trusted doctors, nurses, and healthcare services for patients and families across Dodge County. Compassionate care close to home. Methodist Fremont Health. And we'd also like to thank Subway, home of the legendary footlong, stacked with all your favorite toppings and made fresh right in front of you. Next time hunger steps up to the plate, head to Subway, located at 549 East 23rd Street, and knock it out of the park. Subway, eat fresh. And lastly, we would like to thank Raising Cane's. Tonight's game is brought to you by Raising Cane's, serving hot chicken fingers, fresh Texas toast, and quality meals made fresh every day. Stop by their Fremont location on East 23rd Street and grab a meal after the game. So after a leadoff walk, Wyatt Henry sits down the next 3 batters. We are in the bottom of the first inning right now, a 0-0 score, and on the mound for the Sodbusters will be Jude Stewart from Arkansas Tech.
And this is Stewart's first appearance on the year, and at Arkansas Tech, he only pitched 1 inning this year. But there he did not allow a run, got a strikeout, and only had 1 walk.
So you'd like to think it's a pretty fresh arm out there for the Sodbusters.
He's got a tough test, though, with Ripken Fleck. Ripken Fleck leads the Moo in just about every single stat. Slugging 500, 7 hits, 1 home run, 7 RBIs, 4 walks, and a double on the year.
He had 2 RBI singles yesterday night to play 2 of the 13 Moo runs. And he's a batter that is pretty aggressive. He likes to swing at the first pitch. We'll see what happens here with Stewart, a lefty on righty matchup. First pitch, and swing and a miss from Fleck. No balls, 1 strike.
Called that first pitch strike there pretty well. But he's only struck out 2 times in the year, so it's not like he gets too far behind.
This one is put to the left side of the infield, and it's going to get into left field. Third baseman Isaac Coleman couldn't get it into his glove, and it'll be a leadoff single for Ripken Fleck.
And that just boosts his .318 average on the season, just second on the team for Ripken Fleck. Now brings up Gio Malatesta, sorry.
And Malatesta is the leading batting average team for the Fremont Moo at 4.29.
7th in the league, that mark is.
Pretty impressive. That's what you want to have as your 1-2 punch early in this batting lineup. First pitch is up and away, so 1 ball, no strikes to Malatesta.
And I just want to go back to Malatesta for a second. He's getting on base over 60% of the time right now.
Was walked 3 times yesterday night. This one is fouled off. 1-1 is the count with nobody away. Ripken Fleck over there on first base. He is also a speedy base runner for this Moo squad. We'll see if JT, third base coach and first-year skipper for this Fremont team, will call a steal. Here is the 1-1. It's delivered and too far inside. As Brevin Matthews scoops it out of the dirt, 2-1 now for Malatesta.
And Malatesta also with a team leading 4 walks in the season, just like Ripken Fleck was. And you can call that Ripken Fleck speed. He's leading the team with 2 stolen bases and has 100% stealing percentage so far this year.
Fourth pitch of the at-bat is fouled off. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and even count for the 2-hole hitter for Fremont. And Fremont has done well to strike first in quite a few of their games this year. They're looking for an early run here in the beginning of this first of 2 7-inning matches. 2-2 is too far outside, and it's a full count.
And Malatesta did not get caught swinging on that one. Didn't chase the ball down 2-2. And he'll stay in for a full count.
Payoff pitch coming up from Stewart. Here it is. And woo! Bat flew out of his hands there. But luckily he was able to get a foul tip. Just may not have had the greatest grip on that bat.
Thank God Cooper Ficino is a little out of the way there. I wouldn't want who to get gotten his head taken off there. Still 3-2 though.
So the count remains the same. Ripken Fleck still on first. Stewart looking for his first punch out of the year and his first time on the bump. And this one is fouled off yet again. Malatesta doing a good job to stay alive.
Yeah, staying alive, staying alive. That's what Malatesta is doing so far in this at-bat.
8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. 3-2, swing and a miss, and Jude Stewart sits down Giovanni Malatesta for the first out in the bottom of the first.
His first strikeout on the year, and Malatesta's only 3rd strikeout of the season. But now comes up Cooper Ficino, who's also been a big bat. Big home run the other day, hit against Salina.
Yeah, big home run to give Fremont their first lead of the night. And they did not relinquish that lead heading into the 8th inning, as they came away with a 13-10 victory that was much needed after 4 straight losses. And the first pitch that Ficino sees is too far inside. It's 1-0 for the 3-hole hitter.
And Ficino's known as the hero of that game, but he was 0-4 up to that point until that big bat in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, 1 of 5 yesterday night. That was his first hit of the season. And a big one, too.
Ficino did play on last year's squad, though, and he was a leader in all the stats. I think he was 3rd on the team in average and just about every other hitting stat you can think of.
First baseman from Rolling States Hills, California, currently attending Creighton University.
One of the few D1 guys you'll see in this game.
3 straight balls from Stewart. And it's a 3-0 count with 1 away.
And you wonder if Stewart's scared to pitch to Ficino after seeing his big bat. Slugging .500 on the year so far.
His 3rd time in the batting order, and he's been in the 3-hole each time. And Stewart, 4 straight balls for a 1-out walk will put 2 aboard for Fremont. 1 in scoring position, and Easton Leahy in the cleanup spot will come into the right-handed batter's box.
And Leahy has also been no scrub on this team. He leads the team in doubles with 2 of them, batting .273 and slugging about .364.
1 of 6 yesterday night. Put the ball into play every single time he came to the plate, so he's a heavy contact hitter. He has Ripken Fleck on first and Fleck on second and Ficino on first, and it's 5 straight balls from Stewart.
And Leahy also had 2 RBIs in that last game. Big for the Moo win in the end.
Stewart has started behind in many of bats, giving these Moo batters time to gain their rhythm. Let's see if Leahy can put one into play and bring a runner home. That one misses outside again, and Stewart losing some command here early on his first time in the bump.
Yeah, not really how you want to start this one. He's thrown six straight balls and also let Fleck on base early. He's getting behind here.
But it's a hitter's count for Leahy. Was in the 4-hole spot yesterday night. See if he can get more production. Swing on a miss at a changeup. And the first strike in the count.
And that off-speed caught Leahy there really well, really well. Inside, tough spot to hit there. And that's why that's where Jude Stewart can hang his confidence at.
The 2-1 is in the zone. A strike call from behind the plate, even at 2-2.
And Leahy thought that one looked a little outside, and I kind of agree, but it's not up to me.
2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 away. Fleck on second. Malatesta on first. Chino on first, excuse me.
And Stewart's really worked his way back into this pitch here, or this count here.
That one misses high at about belt buckle level, and it's another full count for Stewart.
Has Stewart thrown under 5 pitches in that bat yet so far? He's getting the pitch count high.
It is, and that's what you want to see early in these first innings. Get that pitch count high, get the pitcher out of his comfort zone. So far, the Moo have done that and looking to continue to do so. Here's another full count pitch from Jude Stewart. It's in the zone and fouled off by Leahy. This is the second time it's been a 7-pitch at bat.
Good contact on that one. He drove that one out in the parking lot.
Last time it was a full count. He was able to strike out Giovanni Malatesta. He already has 1 punch out, looking for his second. Middle of the lineup coming up for Fremont. Here's another payoff. Swing, and that one is fouled off the top of his bat. 8th pitch of this at-bat coming up.
I mean, Stewart just can't get out of an at-bat here. He's already, well over 20 pitches in the first inning alone. Gotta imagine this might be a short day for him.
Might be. Still a 3-2 count. Moo looking to open the door and bring one home. Another payoff pitch. This one is put softly down the left side of the infield, collected by Coleman, but in foul territory. And another foul tip and a 3-2 count.
The Sodbusters were probably hoping they could work a double play off that one, get out of this inning, but not that easy for them.
Would have been a tough play to make. That was a slow chopper to the left side of the infield. Coleman may have had a play at second, but it was foul anyway. Still 1 out. Another 3-2 pitch. Fleck dancing over on second. That one misses the zone. Wasn't called on the outside edge of the plate, and the bases will be juiced with 1 out in the bottom of the first. And Burkiasa coming to the plate.
And Jude Stewart has worked himself into a real rough spot so far. The team allows 9.224 earned runs a game, and this is kind of why you see that already the catcher visiting the mound.
Yeah, both of these teams have struggled on the mound so far. They've given up a lot of free bases. And I think this is the man you want at the plate. Burkiasa was a little streaky in his first couple of games. A lot of swing and misses for strikeouts, but last time he came to the plate, which was on Wednesday night in Salina, he was 3 for 4, a double and 2 singles. And he's really been the hot bat in this part of the season for the Moo. The first pitch he sees is in the zone, fouls it off down the left field line.
And Yasa sits 3rd on the team in average right now at 308, also getting on about 40% of the time, putting his OPS at 785. Not too shabby so far this year.
Fleck on third, Ficino on second. That one nearly hits the knee of Yasa. It'll be 1 ball, 1 strike. Leahy on first after his 10-pitch walk was issued by Jude Stewart, his second of the night. That one is in the zone. It's put right back up the middle, and it's into the glove, and that's going to be a throwing error by the second baseman, Max Israel. He was able to get it into his glove, a tough play, but wasn't able to flip it over to shortstop A.J. Estill, and that's it's going to be an infield single for Burkiasa to open things up here for the Fremont Moo.
And that's Israel's third error of the season. One of the lowest fielding percentages in the team with only 82%, and after that it'll go down a little bit more.
So everybody moves over, and Ripken Fleck comes home after his single started off these things. It's another tough play for Max Israel. This time he's able to squeeze it and flip it over to first baseman Ryan Spencer, but it plates another runner, and the Moo are up 2-0.
Definitely not a bad at-bat there from Braden Mitchell, getting his fourth RBI on the year. Moo get ahead early in this one, up 2-0. There's still an out left.
That'll bring up the left-hander Tyler Schroeder. Yasa over on second. Leahy over on third, and a first pitch strike from Stewart. He'll look to get out of this jam. 2 runners in scoring position.
And Schroeder is only batting 143 on the year, but he's getting on base 45% of the time, thanks to a lot of walks. 3 of those in his few appearances.
And Schroeder will ground out to first base to end this inning. It wasn't dealt cleanly with Ryan Spencer, but he was able to put it into his glove, step on first. So Tyler Schroeder will ground out for the third out, but not before the Moo plate 2. We'll go to the top of the second inning with the home team up by a few.
And not quite the start you want to see from Jude Stewart if you're a Sodbusters fan there. He hasn't played yet, but giving 2 up in the first and that many base runners isn't ideal.
And that'll take us to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Fremont Family YMCA. Looking to stay active this summer? Visit the Fremont Family YMCA on North Lincoln Avenue, offering fitness, youth programs, swimming, and more for the whole family. And also, we'd like to thank Visit Fremont and Dodge County. Planning your next Fremont adventure? Visit Fremont and Dodge County has everything from local events and dining to outdoor fun and family attractions in the heart of Nebraska. And lastly, we would like to thank Buffalo Wild Wings. Catch every big play at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fremont, serving up wings, burgers, cold drinks, and non-stop sports action all week long. Stop by on East 23rd Street and make game day your favorite day of the week.
Buffalo Wild Wings sounds really good right now. I could do that in between games.
In fact, this coming Sunday, it's always a tradition for both the home and away teams to go to Buffalo Wild Wings, so we'll have a chance to visit there pretty soon.
Wow, that sounds amazing. I wish that was today.
I wish so too. Be a nice day for it. So we head to the bottom of the second. Fremont lead 2-0. After a good bottom half of the first, Wyatt Henry will continue his night on the bump. And first up to the plate will be the 5-hole hitter, third baseman for Hastings, Isaac Coleman, and he waves at the first pitch he sees. No balls, 1 strike. Top of the second.
And that's been a constant for Isaac Coleman this year. He struck out the team leading 5 times already this season. Only 13 at-bats.
Waves off the second pitch he sees. It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
He has walked 3 times, though, so it's not only... you can't take too much away from his eye.
That one nearly hits him in the shoulder. He turned away from it. It's 2 balls, 1 strike now.
And Coleman's also a base runner you don't want on. He's already stolen 2 bases so far this year. Not ideal for Wyatt Henry to get behind in this count.
Started the last inning with a walk and was able to strike out, fly out, and pop up the next 3 batters. But he doesn't want to lose this one here. He's a pretty accurate pitcher. Like Baylor alluded to, he's only given up 4 walks in the season. And just gave up his 5th, as that one is called as ball 4. So another leadoff walk issued to Hastings, and that'll bring up the start of the bottom of the order. 6-hole hitter Ryan Spencer for the Sodbusters.
And now, like I said earlier, with Coleman on base, look for him to try to do something with his legs. He's a fast base runner, already stolen 2 bases in the year.
Coleman will be over on first, and the 4th left-handed batter for this Hastings team. Spencer is now at the plate, a righty-on-lefty matchup, and a big lead for Coleman over there on first. First pitch that Spencer sees is away.
And this is Spencer's first appearance on the season. He comes from Graceland University, though, where he was hitting .342 on the season.
As the hitters count right now at 2 balls, no strikes.
And again, Henry behind on the count, but we'll see if he can work his way back into this one. this year. So good on Henry there to look for that one.
Quickly delivered to the plate to get the timing off over on first for Coleman. 2-1 now is the count. 3-1 now. Same count that Coleman had before he was walked. Henry does not want to lose 2 straight batters.
No, and so far this year he's only averaging 3.3 walks per 9. Not off to a good pace on that so far.
And he does lose his second batter. That one was just below the knees, called for ball 4. So back-to-back walks for Henry has put 2 on the base path and 1 in scoring position.
And if you're Henry here, you can't afford to give up free bases at the bottom of the order. Got to make him earn it, at least, especially at the bottom.
It's been their problem this year. On the rubber for the Moo. It's now Cam Dahlgren at the plate. Puts down a bunt down the left side of the infield. Henry is there, and a nice throw over to first for the first out. But now 2 base runners in scoring position and a base knock could bring them both home and tie this ball game up at 2.
Very valuable at-bat from Dahlgren right there. Getting 2 runners in scoring position and getting rid of the force out, very big for Brevin Matthews coming up, who last game only had 1 at-bat, and that was his only stat.
1 hit on the season. 5th left-handed batter in this Hastings lineup. First pitch he sees, he puts into center field. Giovanni Malatesta is going back on it. Is underneath it, throws over to third as Coleman tagged up on third and was able to come home. So the lead is cut in half on the sacrifice fly from Brevin Matthews.
Very, very valuable at-bat there from Matthews, and that's Coleman's speed. Malatesta didn't really have a chance out all the way out in center on that one.
That one was put pretty deep. The outfield is playing a little in. That time he had to go back and made the smart decision to throw over to third just in case the second base runner thought about heading over that way. So that brings up the bottom of the order in Max Israel. Righty on righty matchup. Takes a half swing and fouls it off for strike 1.
And here's Henry getting ahead on the count in this one. Very valuable. His confidence might be a little shaken up after the 2 walks and now just giving up that sac fly.
Aside from the walks, he hasn't given up a hit so far tonight, so that's been the crux of the damage so far. This one is put right back up the middle of the infield. Ripken Fleck tries to make a sliding grab. Malatesta throwing from center, and it's cut off by Ficino. And I think Tucker Horner, the catcher behind home plate for the Moo, wanted that one to come into his glove. Maybe some miscommunication there, so that's an RBI single for Max Israel. And we're knotted up at 2 apiece.
You shouldn't have said he hadn't given up a hit. He gave one right up as you were saying that. And
Yeah, I had the announcer just there.
and I'm not sure why Max Israel's batting 9th. I mean, he leads the team in runs, doubles. He has 3 hits, 4 RBIs, well, now 5 RBIs in the year. Very valuable batter all the way down at the bottom for the Sodbusters.
That one is way inside for a still. Back at the top of the order for the Hastings Sodbusters. And a man on second in Max Israel. This one is put to the right side of the infield. It's handled cleanly by Eamon O'Gorman for the 3rd out, but not before Hastings levels this game.
And this is kind of exactly what you expect going to this game. Both teams very struggling with allowing a lot of runs, and early it's already 2-2 after 1.5.
And we'll go to the bottom of the 2nd inning. We'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC. Need your lawn looking game ready? Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC provides landscaping, tree care, and snow removal services across Fremont and the surrounding area. Give them a call at 402-720-5944 and let the pros handle the hard work. We would also like to thank S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse. Tonight's game is brought to you by S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse, Fremont's local choice for trash, recycling, and dumpster services. From home cleanups to construction projects, S2 Roll-Offs keeps our community clean. And lastly, we would like to thank Tommy's Express Car Wash. Need a quick clean before the first pitch? Tommy's Express Car Wash in Fremont keeps your ride shining with fast, high-quality washes and free vacuums to finish the job. We're now in the bottom of the 2nd inning, and lead things off in the 8-hole spot will be Eamon O'Gorman in the left-handed batter's box, so a lefty-on-lefty matchup to begin the bottom half of the 2nd. Hastings defense
Sodbusters just did on the other end. He just didn't have the last put out though.
And gets beamed in the back. Had 3 walks in his last game. Make that 4 now as he's hit by a pitch. And Fremont leads the league in hit by pitches. They like to wear those that are coming right at them.
What a stat to lead the league in hit by pitches. That's O'Gorman's 3rd of the year so far.
And these Fremont batters do not shy away from anything that comes anywhere near them. I've seen a couple players get hit in the helmet. And that brings up the bottom of the order for Fremont. Tucker Horner is the backstop tonight for Fremont. He takes ball 1 with a base runner aboard and nobody away. Stewart still continuing his 2nd inning of work after giving up 2 in the bottom half of the 1st.
And Tucker Horner is not somebody you want to get behind on the count. He's taken 3 walks in his 10 at-bats so far this year. Jude Stewart, not looking good so far.
3 straight balls are issued from Stewart. I imagine he has the take call here.
That's probably a good guess there.
We'll see though, sometimes these batters have green lights.
That's true.
4 straight balls from Jude Stewart puts 2 aboard after he hit his first batter in a warm-up, and now he'll face the top of the lineup. And Ripken Fleck, who started things off with his single for this home side.
And that one wasn't even close from Stewart. He looks very shaken up, and now we already have a 2nd inning mound visit.
This will be a mound visit from Hastings. So far, sorry, go ahead.
I was just say Stewart has only gave up 1 walk in his appearances at Arkansas Tech this year. Doesn't look like himself so far.
Did only see 1 inning of work.
That's true.
It's a quick mound visit there from Hastings. We'll face Ripken Fleck, who's 1 of 1 today. Has 8 hits on his early leading season in the Diamond Baseball League. He knows his 2 teammates, Gorman on 2nd and Horner on 1st.
And Ripken Fleck has been a real superstar for this team so far, but at Augustana, he only appeared in 5 games and the only stat, 1 hit by pitch. Very applicable for this Moo squad.
So a fresh count for the leadoff man. Tries to put down a bunt. That was a fastball, elevated and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Looks like Jonathan Doubleheader taking a look at it. Hastings, they had base runners on 1st and 2nd. In the top of the 2nd, put a bunt down and were able to play 2. Moo looking to do the same. He squares around to bunt again, and that one is outside the zone again.
And one thing I would love to see from Stewart is he needs a first pitch strike. He's getting behind on counts early, and you can tell it's flustering.
Right now, especially if you have a batter squaring up to bunt, you got to put one down the plate and make it. fourth inning. Again, I apologize for any technical difficulties. We are working on that right now. Hastings is back up to the plate. Henry's still on the mound for his fourth inning of work. This one is popped straight up and back into the stands here at Mueller Field. Again, a 5-2 advantage. If it is still static on the stream, you can go to Mixler. That one seems to be working right now. If anyone wants to head over there while we try and figure out what issues we're having up here in the booth. And Henry beams the helmet of the batter. That was Max Israel, who took a shot to the dome. He'll head down to first base. He seems okay. Trainer's not coming out, and luckily that's why we have those hard helmets out there.
And as I said it last at bat, Max Israel was not really the typical 9-man. He had a big hit last at bat, and now he has another walk. I mean, hit by pitch, can't really do much about it, but still, getting on base is very, very valuable, and now you see a mound visit for the Moo.
So a leadoff hit by pitch will start things off in the top of the fourth, as Jonathan Thornhill, also known as JT, will come out to the mound. I don't think he's going to make a pitching change yet. Looks like it's just going to be a conversation. We'll keep working on those technical issues. If you're just joining us from the stream, still a 5-2 game in the top of the fourth. 3 of the 7 innings already in the books. Max Israel over on first after he was hit by a pitch from Wyatt Henry. And it's a 1-0 count.
Now for A.J. Estill at the leadoff.
For A.J. Estill, who's 0 for 1 with a walk. And the pickoff over to first is not in time. One aboard and nobody away. This one is rifled foul. 1 ball, 1 strike in the count.
Another play right there where he made really, really good contact. I mean, ball exit velo seemed pretty high on that one, but it was still foul.
Runner heading over to second base, and he's going to be in time. So Israel swipes a bag, and a runner in scoring position, and a 2-1 count.
And Tucker Horner looks shaken up after that errant throw last inning where he gave up a run. Not feeling too happy. He missed that one, and you see him shake his head in frustration after that play.
Israel over on second base. Henry looking for his first out. His 2-1 becomes a 2-2. A nice pitch on the outside edge was painted and framed by Horner.
That's strike 2. Who is feeling thirsty?
2-2 pitch from Henry hits another batter. His second of the inning, 2 aboard. And Henry looks like he's losing some steam up there on the bump.
Yeah, we just saw a mound visit, and he still looks shaken up. He might need to do something different here. He's got to get his confidence back up. That's the big key on the mound. You know, it's so difficult. You control the entire game. And when you're shaken up, it really shows. That's what Stewart did at the beginning of this one, and now we see the same thing from Henry.
He'll face Chance Burton. This one is popped into right field. Over there for the catch is Tyler Schroeder. And none of the base runners advance. Looked like they tagged up but didn't want to take a chance. So it'll be 1 away, and the runners stay where they are.
Kind of would have expected a little more aggressive base running there from the Sodbusters. Only 1 away. Max Israel doing pretty well in the year. He's 2 stolen bases. I thought he would have tagged up for that one, but guess not.
And it brings up the 3-hole man, David Osana, 0 for 1 with a walk and a flyout. Still on first and Israel on second after they were both hit by pitches. Israel was hit in the helmet. Still was hit on his right calf. As Henry picks off and the runners are safe. And that one nearly hits another batter, a breaking ball that just curved in enough for ball one.
What a beautiful pitch there. Again, I said that earlier. But right inside, you thought Osana would have liked to go for that one, but he laid off. Good eye there.
That one is fouled softly and looks like it was tight-roping the line until it fell off for strike one.
I mean, it doesn't get any closer to being fair than that. This is going so slow. It's just a weird contact play there. You don't see that very often.
There's a lot of spin on that ball. It wasn't the cleanest of contact. And a force out at any base except for home plate. So Henry trying to get out of this pickle here with a hard ground ball to the middle infield. See if the Moo can't get out of here and prevent Hastings from scoring in the third consecutive inning. Runners go. Here's the throw from Horner from home to second. It pops past Ripken Fleck, and that's going to score another base runner. So that's the second time today that a throw from home has gone errant past third and now past second. And an aggressive base running from Hastings pays off. They lead 6-2.
You just can't make those mistakes if you're the Moo. They're just beating themselves right now. Horner with another error. You just can't have that happen if you want to win these games, and that's why the Moo have so many errors on the season. They have 15 so far. First in the entire league in errors.
And Henry steps off the mound, throws it back over to second. It was a big lead over there from Still. He's kept on second base, and now Henry is more cautious of him. And did that one skim the back? It did. David Osana is going to head over to first. That is the third hit batter this inning for Henry. Curious to see if JT might make a call to the bullpen, but he's staying still, staying static there in the dugout.
I mean, you just can't have that. That's the third hit by pitch of the inning, and the Moo are usually the team on the receiving end of the hit by pitches, but Henry just can't find the zone right now.
Again, a force out at any base except for home plate. As Bryce Anderson, the man you don't want coming to the plate, Hastings' best batter, batting above 300, 1 for 2 with a pop-up and a single. He has Osana on first and is still on second, both hit by pitches. That one is in the zone for strike two, no balls.
Those are two really good pitches by Wyatt Henry. I want to say the first strike is a breaking ball, finding the bottom corner of the zone. Can't do it any better than that. Now he's up 0-2.
That one just misses the outside edge on a fastball. So now 1 ball on the count and 2 strikes. 2 aboard still for Hastings. Looking for a hard ground ball here for Henry.
This would be a really, really big out here for the Moo. Getting their second out, especially against a batter like Anderson, very valuable.
So after 2 strikes, it's now 2 balls. Henry looking for his second strikeout. Here's his 2-2 delivery. It's low in the zone, and Horner is not going to have a throw at either bag. Another double steal called for Hastings, and it's a full count.
The aggressive base running is paying off. You said it earlier. Now Horner looks even afraid to throw it to second in fear of bringing the man in from third. They just look out of sorts right now, to say the least.
The payoff pitch is a hard grounder over to Ripken Fleck, which is going to bring a base runner home. But he throws it over to first base. The runner stays static over on second. And that's going to be a ground out RBI for Bryce Anderson. And the lead is now 5 with 2 away for the Sodbusters.
Now comes Isaac Coleman. Big home run last inning. See if he can replicate some of the same in this one.
Two away as Coleman comes back up to the plate.
That ball was broken in beautifully into the zone. He looked like it was coming straight at Coleman. Trails back inside. Beautiful.
This one is put right back to Henry. One bounce into his mitt. Nonchalantly throws it over to first base for the third out, but not before Hastings plates 2. So it's 7 runs in 3 innings, and the Moo have a lot of work to do, Baylor, down by 5.
Yeah, they do. I mean, after such a great start to this one, Henry looked so good in the first, and Stewart looked out of sorts in the first, and at the beginning of the second, they just have, the script has been flipped.
Exactly. So we will go radio silent again to figure out what technical issues are still persisting here. We'll be right back. Bottom of the 4th coming up, and a 7-2 deficit for the Moo. And we are back in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Braden Mitchell.
Up to the plate will be Braden Mitchell. The 6-hole hitter for the Moo. Mitchell had a ground out RBI to bring the second base runner home. This one is launched into left field. It's back. It's back. At the warning track is David Osana, and he makes the play. Might need to get in the weight room if you're Braden Mitchell. Just a little bit left off that one for the first out.
You'd think if he could bench maybe 10 more pounds, he gets that one out, or at least off the wall.
After Braden Mitchell flies out to left field, it'll be Tyler Schroeder up in the left-handed batter's box, a lefty-on-lefty matchup, and a swing and a miss for another strike in the count.
And Jude Stewart has really built his way back into this one, struggled and struggled and struggled, and now he's commanding the plate.
Swing and a miss, and strike 3 called. Tyler Schroeder goes down on strikes for the second out of the inning.
I mean, that pitch was just blown by Tyler Schroeder. He had no chance of touching that one. Real velocity there from Stewart, and he is in control, dominating now.
2 away and nobody aboard. Hastings looking to take a 5-run lead into the top of the 5th, and O'Gorman is hit again. He's been up twice and hit twice.
I mean, we highlighted it earlier, leading the league in hit by pitches, and that's right. That's why right there. Just real strength and will to sit in the zone and just take pitches. Not every team can do it, not everybody can, but the Moo, they can.
And that brings up Tucker Horner. Last time he came up into the box, he was walked. A 2-out hit by pitch is issued to the Moo's 8-hole hitter. Will bring up the bottom of their order.
And Horner only batting 100 on the year so far. Been struggling. And he's also been struggling behind the plate in this one with the throws. Got to see if he steps back into this one.
That pitch is too far inside. 1 ball, no strikes. O'Gorman over on first. Moo trying to claw their way back in. They're no stranger to early game deficits. They came back on Thursday night against the Sliders. They were down 6-2 and 9-5 and ended up with a 13-10 victory.
Not just the story of this league. Everybody puts up runs like it's no one's business. I mean, Grand Island was putting up 10 runs a game against both of these teams, you know.
The Moo have been putting up a lot of runs. The Sodbusters have been putting up a lot of runs. It's the story of this college-level baseball. Just runs on runs on runs.
Everyone's bats are getting hot. So far, the Sodbusters are a little bit more in temperature than the Moo. And this is going to be a single that gets past the diving glove of A.J. Estill, and that's going to be a 2-out single, and puts some much-needed base runners on the base path for Fremont as the top of their lineup is coming up with Fleck.
I know Estill didn't quite clean that or field that cleanly there, but the way he stopped that ball definitely stopped a runner from getting to the third, which would have been unideal for the Sodbusters.
And Fleck will come back up to the plate. He struck out looking in his last plate appearance. 1 for 2 with the single. Horner on first, O'Gorman on second. Stewart trying to keep this a 5-run affair, and he misses away with the fastball.
Good eye there by Ripken Fleck. Just another batter on this team with 4 walks going in this game, just like everybody.
This one is put into center field. Chance Burton is there underneath it, puts it into his mitt, and the Moo, straying 2 base runners, will go to the top of the 5th after Ripken Fleck will fly out to center field. And we'll take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. First, we would like to thank Fremont Family YMCA. Just like the Moo are staying active on the field tonight, you can stay active all summer long at the Fremont Family YMCA. Stop by North Lincoln Avenue for fitness, swimming, youth programs, and more for the whole family. And we would also like to thank Visit Fremont and Dodge County. Planning your next Fremont adventure, there's always something happening in Fremont and Dodge County. Whether you're searching for great food, community events, unique shops, or outdoor recreation, you'll find plenty to explore right here in the heart of Nebraska. And again, we apologize if there's any static on your end. We're doing our best to fix that right now. If you'd like to go to Mixler, I believe that one is more clear. It'll just be audio though. Still attempting to fix that, and we may go radio silent a few times in half innings or into the next inning just to figure out what the issue might be. Again, we apologize for any inconvenience, and we'll make sure to get this fixed by the next game. That starts at 7:05. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Moo. And I believe this is one of our newcomers, Parker Oat. Parker Ott. My apologies.
All good. He was a player on the Moo team last year, but this season hasn't appeared yet. Has been busy. He played for Iowa Central CC, then went to Missouri Western, and now he's looking for a new squad in the portal. We'll see if he can, boost his resume a little bit with this appearance today.
So the first time he'll see the rubber for this Fremont team. Already 7 games into the season. Here is the throwdown down to second base. Bring up number 8, Ryan Spencer.
An ideal spot for Ott to start in the middle of the batting order, going from Spencer to Dahlgren, and then after that Matthews, and avoiding Max Israel, who's, as I've said every time he's appeared in this game, a really valuable 9-hole hitter.
So Spencer is 0 for 1, a fly out and a walk. It'll be a righty on lefty matchup as Parker Oat, first time on the bump this season for Fremont.
A little bit outside on that first pitch. Might have a little bit more warming up to do.
A fastball catches the inside part of the plate for strike 1.
And that ball was gunned. I wish we had a radar to track how fast that one might have been in the 90s.
Here is the 1-1 from Ott. A big swing and a miss from Spencer.
Another ball just blown by. Velocity is king in this sport, and this at-bat shows you why Ott is just blowing pitches by so far.
2 count. Ott looking for his first K of the game and first K of the year.
You missed a chance to say K of the day.
K of the day would have been better.
All good.
Here's the 2-2. That one catches the inside part of the plate for strike 3. And Spencer will go down looking. One away here in the top of the 5th.
And Ott has come to play. Absolutely beautiful first at-bat from the mound. Two first pitch strikes. Gave him 2 balls, but again, it was just no chance. That ball low, but still in the zone. Beautiful placement.
That'll bring back Cam Dahlgren. Had a sacrifice bunt and reached on an air. And he has a 1-0 count. 7-hole hitter for the Sodbusters.
And Dahlgren's from Las Vegas. You got to wonder what brought him to Hastings, Nebraska. But he's been a very valuable pitcher for Hastings College this year, I should say. He pitched 46 innings with 6-2 win-loss, 4 ERA with 39 strikeouts.
This one is popped out of play. First time he brought the bat off of his shoulders. 2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out, and nobody on the base path as the Moo are looking to keep this a 5-run game. Only 3 innings of work left. Try and tie or take the lead. First, they need to figure out their defense. That is a swing and a miss again on a nice fastball from Ott. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And, I mean, who even needs defense when Ott is working through like this? Just strike after strike after strike so far. He's been very, very well.
This one is popped into center field. Malatesta has it in his eyesights and collects it for out number 2.
Malatesta ran that one down with ease. You know, he was jogging out there, but he was moving pretty quickly.
So 2 away in the top of the 5th. Bringing up the 8-hole hitter, Brevin Matthews. Had a sacrifice fly and lined out in his first 2 appearances. On deck is the bottom of the order for the Sodbusters in Israel. And it's a 1-0 for Matthews.
And Matthews, with that sacrifice early in the game, was only his 2nd RBI in the season. He's only appeared on 8 at-bats, but been pretty solid so far today.
Another fastball from Ott. Catches the middle half of the plate. It's 1-1. Matthews looking for his 2nd hit of the year and first hit of today. This one is put right back up the middle of the infield. A slow chopper is collected by Flynn. And he wasn't able to get a clean hold on it as he transferred it from his glove to his hand. Well, that'll be an infield single for Brevin Matthews and a 2-out hit for the Sodbusters.
I'm a little confused on what happened from that play there. Ripken Fleck looked like he fielded it cleanly and then a little pump fake motion. But, you know, staying alive with Parker Ott buzzing through so far, you can't be too concerned if you're the Moo.
That will bring Israel to the plate. Bottom of the order. This one is lined into right field. And a first pitch swing from Max Israel. 2 singles on the day, one of them an RBI, and he's reached the base path all 3 times.
And there's the textbook broadcaster's jinx right there. Said nothing to worry about, and then Israel first pitch single out into right. I mean, Sodbusters are showing some life here in the top of the 5th after Ott worked through the first 2 batters.
Matthews and Israel back-to-back singles. Matthews on 2nd, Israel on 1st. A still back up to the plate and a righty on lefty matchup. Still is 0 for 1 on the day, walked in his first appearance, grounded out in his 2nd, and was hit by a pitch in his 3rd. That one is put into the zone, and now it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Strike 1. Let me hear those cowbells.
Ball placed right in the center of the zone. A little bit confused why I still didn't put a swing on that one.
Here's the 1-1. Still again lays off, and that time a good eye. Home plate umpire says ball 2 as that one just missed the outside edge in the right-handed batter's box.
As you said, very, very good eye. Just barely missed it right there, but good eye there from Still.
This one is put to the right side of the infield again. It gets through, and the base runner is going to be waved home. Here's the throw from right field to third base. Is it in time? Yes, it is, but not before the base runner comes home. Home plate umpire signaling that that one will count. So that'll be an RBI single for A.J. Still. But Max Israel is caught trying to take first to third. That'll end the inning, and a nice play from right field by Tyler Schroeder. A nice arm and cannon to get the last out. But not before another runner comes to home plate, and now it's 8-2 in favor of the Sodbusters.
And you just said it right there. What a beautiful throw from Tyler Schroeder, but we didn't give enough credit to Easton Leahy. He made a diving play to tag him out at third. Very, very valuable moment there from the Moo, where that inning could have got a little dicey.
And the sixth hit of this game for the Sodbusters has them with 8 runs. And again, we'll go to another sponsor thank you. We'd like to thank Buffalo Wild Wings. Fans, if you're not ready for the night to end after the final out, Buffalo Wild Wings has you covered. Grab a seat, order your favorite wings, and keep the sports action going at their Fremont location on East 23rd Street. And we would also like to thank Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC. Just like a ball field needs a grounds crew to keep it in top shape, your property needs the right team too. Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC provides lawn care, tree services, and snow removal throughout Fremont and the surrounding area. Give them a call at 402-720-5944. And we'll head to the bottom of the 5th inning and a new pitcher on the mound for the Sodbusters. Pardon me, not a new pitcher. It is still Jude Stewart out there for his 5th inning of work. That one misses the outside corner. 1 ball, no strikes for Malatesta.
And Stewart still in this one. First strike ball there as Malatesta grounds the ball out to left field and gets on first, but got to still be confident in Stewart if you're the head coach for the Sodbusters, Victor Rojas. I mean, he's shown what he can do and worked his way back into this one.
A leadoff hit for Malatesta puts 1 aboard as the 3-hole hitter Fucino comes back up 0 for 1 with a ground out today and 1 walk. Still looking for his second base knock. First one he put into play was over the left field wall just 2 days ago for a 2-run shot. This one is not going to get past Cam Coleman, and it's going to be nearly a 5-4-3 double play instead. Fucino was able to beat out the run, but not before Isaac Coleman gets the lead runner at second base with a nice play over at third.
I mean, what a run there by Fucino. I thought that was very clearly a double play. I mean, but Fucino wills his way into first base and saves the Moo a run.
And that'll bring up Easton Leahy, the cleanup man for this Fremont Moo team. He's 0 for 1 with a flyout and a walk, and he looks at a fastball down the zone for strike 1.
Leahy has only struck out, 4 times this year, but this one he takes first pitch strike and doesn't really like that one.
Scoots out of the way as that ball gets behind Brevin Matthews, who couldn't find it as he took off his helmet. And Malatesta will head over to second. Base runner in scoring position for the Moo, and that hasn't been a lot of them since the bottom of the first for the home side.
Costly mistake there by Brevin Matthews. He just couldn't find the ball, and that allows Fucino to slide into second.
A 1-1 count for Leahy. This one is put down the third base line. Coleman again has it in his glove, and the throw across the diamond is in time for out number 2. Malatesta will stay where he is.
Just sound fielding from the Sodbusters so far. Have not yet recorded an error, and that's been a big difference in these two squads today. A lot of the Sodbusters runs, I should say, are from Moo errors, but Sodbusters aren't making the same mistakes.
And that will bring up the middle of the order for the Moo. Burke Yasa is 1 of 2 with an infield single and a flyout. And he looks at ball 1 near his chest.
And Yasa's been kind of on double duty for the Moo so far this year. You know, he has 16 plate appearances, but he also has pitched 3 innings so far. Kind of a dual duty.
Yeah, they did need him to come in to relief in the last 2 innings in their last matchup with the Sliders.
Worked pretty well in that one. He only allowed 1 run and got the Moo away with the win and got himself a save.
Did a solid job. Not sure if we'll see him on the mound again this season, as the Moo are bringing in more pitchers and more depth. They only had 5 true pitchers to start the season. Now they have 9. So I'd like to think JT Thornhill might not call on some of his position players to come out on the bump. Well, we'll see what happens. That was a strong showing from Yasa. And now it's an even count with 2 away and a base runner on second in the bottom of the 5th. Moo still looking to score their 3rd run after having a nice first inning, and not so much since then. Their bats have gone relatively quiet.
I think they've been a little passive. You know, Yasa has yet to swing in this at bat, and I mean he's got him to a 2-2, but still taking strikes. I feel like they need to be a little bit more aggressive, especially down 8-2.
Full count pitch coming up for Yasa. Malatesta over there on second base. Here's the payoff pitch from Stewart. Swing and fouled off. The count will remain the same.
Good pitch there by Stewart. Got it right in, but Yasa barely clipped that one to stay alive in this one, as you hear the song playing in the background.
Still a full count for Yasa. Stewart trying to complete his 5th inning of work. Haven't seen a lot of arms going there in the bullpen for the Sodbusters. This one is shot straight back, and it's going to be out of play. Coleman was in pursuit, but laid off after he saw that one was too far out. So 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up for Yasa.
We put the music back on. He's staying alive yet again. Just another foul ball. A lot of those for the Moose so far, but we'll see if they can put one into play.
The base hit would bring Malatesta home. That is Fucino over there on second base. Malatesta was thrown out at second in a force out by Coleman. And another foul ball from Yasa will bring this to the 10th pitch of the at-bat.
Just a lot of pitches today. As I said earlier, I wonder what Jude Stewart's pitch count is at, because it's got to be very high and probably one of the most he's ever pitched.
He's probably been pretty well rested. This is his first time out there on the bump for the away side. This one is put back yet again by Yasa. Doing a great job to make contact, just hasn't been able to put it in play just yet.
And Stewart only has a little bit to get through, you know. You can see Hastings warming up, pitcher out there. But
3-2 misses, and an excellent at-bat to keep the inning going from Yasa will bring up the 6-hole hitter, Braden Mitchell.
And you saw Mitchell make a valuable play earlier there in the left, but now let's see if he can get it done on the hitting end.
Mitchell is 0 for 2, grounded out for an RBI, and then flew out in his last at-bat way deep to left field on the warning track. Osana was able to collect it. Does have 2 extra base hits on the year, and this one is lined into right field. Jonathan Thornhill is going to hold up Fucino, as that was into shallow right. Cam Dahlgren is there, and a 2-out base knock for Mitchell will juice the bases, and a great chance for the Moo to get back into this game.
It's a very big at-bat from Braden Mitchell. He was only batting 154 heading into this one, but at Southwest Community College, he appeared in 51 games. He was hitting .376. His OPS was over 1. I mean, gotta think he was in a slump to start the year, but maybe he's coming back.
So he'll be over on first base, Yasa on second, Fucino on third, and Stewart misses the zone to start off this at bat. Schroeder's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout. Stewart misses low again for ball 2, and a hitter's count for Schroeder.
You got to think Stewart doesn't want to be too aggressive in this at-bat. He doesn't want Schroeder to put anything to play and possibly bring in 1 or 2 runners.
Force out at any bag, and that one does catch the inside corner, and a quick throw from Brevin Matthews over to Isaac Coleman on third is handled, but Ficino is able to slide in safe.
And Schroeder probably thought that one was a little bit inside, but he won't mind taking a pitch up 2-0.
Here's the 2-1 offering from Stewart, and Schroeder fouls that one back for strike 2.
I mean, a really good pitch there. Schroeder was expecting a fastball. He swung on it, but his breaking ball really fooled him there.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bottom of the 5th, bases are jacked. Can Stewart get off the mound, or can the Moo bring some runs to the plate? And that one is high, nearly hit the white helmet of Schroeder, and it's a full count with 2 away.
And Stewart's losing a little bit of his confidence. That pitch way off the mark. But, Schroeder is staying in really well in this one.
Here's the payoff. Runners go, and it's fouled. And again, another long at bat from a Fremont batter.
Interesting decision by Coach Thornhill to try to get the Moo to steal all bases. Stealing home, a little risky play, but gotta like the aggression here, especially down 6 runs.
Well, with the full count, it's either going to be strike 3 put into play or ball 4. Runners will all go again. This is put into play, a slow grounder to the left side of the infield. Still scoops it up, fires it over to first, and an inning-ending 6-3, 1-out play will end the danger and end the threat. And the Moo leave 3 stranded as we go to the top of the 6th. The score will remain the same, 8-2.
And that was a really, really good throw by Estill there. He's getting batters out left and right, and put a lot of velocity on that one. Schroeder ran as hard as he can to try to get there, but didn't matter when you have AJ Estill out there.
So 2 more innings left to play. Moo in a big hole, down by 6. We'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Tommy's Express Car Wash. Fans, if your vehicle has picked up a few more hits than you like lately, stop by Tommy's Express Car Wash. Their quick, high-quality washes and free vacuums will have your ride looking like it just came off the showroom floor. And we'd also like to thank Keel's Barbershop. Just like a ball player likes to look sharp on game day, you can keep your look in top form with a visit to Keel's Barbershop. Serving Fremont since 1974, they're bringing classic barbering and friendly service to every customer who walks through the door. And lastly, we'd like to thank Nebraska Lottery. Feeling lucky tonight? The Nebraska Lottery offers Nebraskans the chance to win exciting prizes while helping support important programs and initiatives across the state. Whether you're picking up a scratch ticket or trying your luck with your favorite draw game, every ticket purchased helps make a difference right here in Nebraska. Must be 19 years of age or older to play. And it'll be the 2nd inning of work for Parker Oat. First time he's been on the mound for the Moo. Hastings will come back up and try to extend this large advantage of 6 runs. 8-2 as we begin the top of the 6th.
And first up, they have Chance Burton, actually a Hastings native. He went to Hastings High School, played both football and baseball there. I had the honor to compete against him in football back in the day down in Bennington. But Burton, now he transfers away from Hastings and went to Emporia State, where he did not play, but for this Sodbusters team, he's been a very valuable asset.
And we'll see if he can do any damage here in the top of the 6th. 0 for 3 so far, strikeout, groundout, and flyout. And the first pitch from Oat is in the zone for strike 1.
Parker Ott is finding the zone very, very well today.
Righty on lefty matchup. This one is fouled off the tip of his bat for strike 2.
Big swing there from Burton, and I mean, you understand why. He's the only batter on this, one of 2 batters on this team to have triples. He's really slugging hard, 353 slugging so far this year.
Good spot to have him in the 2-hole, and this one is put into center field. Malatesta tracking back, and will track it down near the warning track for out number 1. And Burton will go out on a flyout.
Great contact, great power there, just a little bit too low, popped it up, and Malatesta tracks that down with ease.
Now that brings up David Osuna. 0 for 1 with the flyout, walked and was hit by a pitch. This is the first time he's seen Ott, and it's a righty-on-righty matchup. That one catches the outside corner for strike 1.
Breaking ball on the outside, what a beautiful pitch. Osuna didn't think that one was in, but Ott worked his way in.
This one is put into center field again, and Malatesta doesn't have to move as much on that one and puts 2 away.
I mean, Malatesta is just, basically a gold glover out there. He hasn't made an error yet this season and really just catches balls with ease. We saw it right there, and we saw it in the last at-bat. He's done it time and time again in this game and so far this season.
He's a center fielder you can rely on. And that'll bring up the cleanup hitter, Bryce Anderson. 1 for 3 today, had a single and grounded into an RBI last time he came to the plate. It's a 1-1 count to the cleanup man. Nearly hits him in the left foot. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Bryce Anderson has just been the best batter all year for the Sodbusters. He has a hit in this game, an RBI, and he's also taken a lot of walks in this season, 8 so far.
Ott misses inside again, and it's 3 balls, 1 strike.
And it's weird that Bryce Anderson actually went to Iowa Western Community College, or goes to, and he did not appear so far this year. But with this Sodbusters team, he's been the star of the show.
Leaves ball 3 up high, and it's a 5-pitch walk issued to their cleanup man. 1 aboard with 2 away, and that brings up the middle of the order and Isaac Coleman.
It's his 9th walk on the year. He just controls his at-bat so well. He will not get fooled, and we saw that right there in that at-bat.
That'll bring up the power man so far today for the Sodbusters, Isaac Coleman. 1 for 2 with the 2-run shot. Big swing and a miss, caught the bottom of his bat for strike 1.
And Coleman is only one of 3 batters on this team that recorded a double so far this year, and he's also one of the only ones with a home run. One of 2, I should say.
Swing at a ball in the dirt. That corner handled cleanly, so 1-1. Anderson over on first base. Ott delivers, and that one a little bit too high. Some elevated fastball makes it 2-1.
And walking has not been Coleman's path this year. He's struck out the most times in the team, but not doing too bad in that regard today.
Leans back on ball 3, as that one was high near eye height. And Ott in danger of walking his second batter. First 2 at-bats were flyouts to center. He's trying to get the Moo back into the dugout. Bottom of the 6th, and misses high again. It's ball 4, and the second straight walk with 2 away will bring up Ryan Spencer. He's also 0 for 2 on the day. With 1 walk last time he came to the plate, he struck out looking. And that's going to prompt JT to come out for a mound visit for Ott.
And Ott's only in his 2nd inning of work so far, but he's struggling here. 2 straight walks, and the Moo come into this game about middle of the pack. They only had 38 walks heading into this one, but this game has been a different story. It's been a lot of, walks and just mistakes that they can control. You could argue that the Sodbusters aren't even beating them. It's just them beating themselves.
It's been somewhat the story of the season for the Moo. They lead the league in airs. 2 today so far to bounce their total to 17 in just 7 games. I think we just need a little cleanup here if they can limit the free base paths to the teams they face and also have a little bit more backing for their pitchers in the infield. And I think they'll have a better time in this league. This is lined into right field, and it's gonna be collected by Tyler Schroeder. Running back on it, made the catch on the run for the 3rd out of the inning. So a nice mound visit turns into a first pitch flyout for Ryan Spencer. And that will clear the bags. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Your Moo still trailing 8-2. And we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Methodist Fremont Health. When it comes to caring for the Fremont community, Methodist Fremont Health is here 24/7 with trusted doctors, nurses, and healthcare services for patients and families across Dodge County. Compassionate care close to home. Methodist Fremont Health. And we would also like to thank Subway, home of the legendary footlong, stacked with all your favorite toppings and made fresh right in front of you. Next time hunger steps up to the plate, head to Subway, located at 549 East 23rd Street, and knock it out of the park. Subway, eat fresh. And lastly, we'd like to thank Raising Cane's. Whether you're celebrating a Moo victory or just working up an appetite at the ballpark, Raising Cane's is ready to serve. Stop by their Fremont location on East 23rd Street for fresh chicken, fingers, and a meal the whole family can enjoy.
Up to bat, second baseman number 2, Eamon O'Gorman.
And that will bring us to the bottom of the 6th inning. Jude Stewart still on the mound, and Eamon O'Gorman looking to put a ball in play. He's been hit by 2 pitches in his 2 at-bats as Hastings comes back onto the grass and dirt. It's a 1-0 to the 8-hole man, and this one is finally put into play. A slow grounder to the right side of the infield is collected by Max Israel, but it's too far off the bag for Ryan Spencer to control. And O'Gorman is going to reach first base on an air from the middle infield from the Sodbusters.
I was just about to, really praise Jude Stewart so far in this game, and I guess you can't really take anything away after the error, but he started off so shaky, and now he's in his 6th inning, and I thought maybe we would see a change up here from the Sodbusters, but they're riding with their guy.
So far, it's worked out in their favor. 1 ball, no strikes for the bottom of the order. It's Tucker Horner, 1 for 1 on the day with a single and a walk. This one is popped straight up. It's not going to stay in play, it'll stay in play, but in foul territory. And Ryan Spencer camped a tent right underneath it for out number 1.
Now to bat, shortstop number 1, Ripken Black.
Tucker Horner will pop up for the first out. And that brings up Ripken Fleck, who's 1 of 3 on the day, a single, struck out looking, and a flyout. Looks at ball 1 outside.
Good eye there from Ripken. He came into this game with tied for team leading 4 walks, and was getting on base all the time, left and right. And so far in this game, he's been not terrible with the single early on, but.
This is another one popped up. This is going to stay in play, and a still calls off Israel. Puts it into his mitt for out number 2, and 2 straight pop-ups. Killed the early momentum after O'Gorman was able to get on an air.
And, early on in this game, Jude Stewart was having 10-pitch at-bat and 8-pitch at-bat, and now he's been, 2 very quick at-bats there, and now, he's already through 6. Or almost through 6, I should say.
It is strike 1 called on the outside corner. Painted the edge, and Malatesta has an 0-1 count, singled in his last plate appearance. And has has O'Gorman over on first base. If not for the error, it would have been a 1-2-3 inning, and this one is fouled straight back for strike 2.
And Malatesta came into this game with 7th in the league with a 429 average, but Stewart gets ahead of him here, and he's got to like where he's at.
No balls, 2 strikes. Stewart looking to complete 6 innings of work on the bump, and he misses out and away on a fastball.
And you're okay giving up a, third pitch ball at up 0-2 against a guy like Malatesta. You don't want him to make contact and keep this inning alive, especially with a man on first.
Low and inside this time. 2 pitches in opposite locations, both of them missed. And there is a man warming up for the Sodbusters in their bullpen. This could be Stewart's last inning of work. He's done a solid job up there on the rubber. Runner goes. It's a hit-and-run call from Thornhill, and it's going to be fouled back. And nobody told O'Gorman that it was a foul ball. He slid in, and he'll walk back to first base.
Yeah, I had a little, sigh of laugh when I saw O'Gorman sliding after the ball was already in the dugout. But you got to love the E for effort on that one.
Definitely. Maybe Thornhill calls the same play. O'Gorman will stay put, and this one is fouled off by Malatesta.
That one right into the dugout. Everybody had a duck for cover in that one, but Malatesta staying alive. That's his 3rd foul of this at-bat.
Trying to collect his 8th hit of the year. Trying to bring a base runner home in a 6-run deficit. This one is fouled off his foot, and he's going to gimp away from the box, take a little bit of time to recuperate and shake off his left foot. I think it might hit the top of it. That always stings right off the top of your cleat. You have some protection, but not a lot.
Definitely not a lot, and especially when you're hitting the ball as hard as Malatesta is. Slugging pretty hard on the year at 429, and it's not an easy thing to deal with.
O'Gorman heads down to second, standing up. The throw from Matthews was late, and now it's a full count for Malatesta. Swipe of the bag for the Moo, and a base hit. Most likely make this an 8-3 affair.
A lot of confidence from Gorman there. He doesn't even need a slide. He'll just run right in, stand on it.
Here is the payoff from Stewart. It's lined right back up the middle. Thornhill is waving home O'Gorman, and there's going to be no play at home. Excuse me, here comes the throw. That ball really took a beating there and slowed down. I thought that was going to roll all the way to center fielder Chance Burton. Instead, stayed put, and the throw home was made by Israel, but not in time, and that's going to be a base knock for an RBI. And it's 8-3, and that might have been Jude Stewart's last pitch, as Sodbusters will come out for a mound visit. Instead, it's not looking like they're going to make a call to the bullpen, so I think they're going to allow him to stay out there and try to finish his 6 innings.
I feel like you got to let him finish it. One, that's a very, very talented batter there in Malatesta, but I guess they do have, their 3 and 4 and Fucino and Leahy up, who are also very, very good batters, but still, you got to still be impressed with Jude Stewart. He's started off so shaky. The first inning was such a struggle. The second inning wasn't even that much better. He got out of it, but since then he's just commanded the game, unlike the Moo really have on the mound themselves.
Yeah, nice outing, especially considering he only pitched 1 inning in his time at Arkansas Tech. He's pitched 5 2/3 today, but still has a base runner on first to take care of as he now faces off against Fucino. And that one nearly gets by Matthews. Instead, it stays in front of him for ball 1. Fucino 0 for 2 on the day with a walk, a ground out, and a fielder's choice.
See if Fucino can get his 2nd hit of the season. Only one so far, but as we've mentioned plenty of times in this broadcast, it was a very big one the other day.
Takes a half swing that catches his bat and is fouled down the first base line.
Pretty good contact in the check swing there. I mean, could have done some damage with that one with a full swing.
Malatesta on first base after his RBI single, brought home the next base runner. Here's the throwdown from Matthews. Is it in time? No. Israel tried to swipe behind him as the throw was just a bit too late, and some nice speed from Malatesta.
Only Malatesta's second steal of the game so far. And Matthews reacted to that pretty well, but there's just not enough velocity to catch a speedy guy like Malatesta.
So another runner on second base. Stewart delivers on the 2-1, and it's fouled back by Ficino. 2-2, even count, 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. One more inning to go. Just like to remind everybody, there will be another game after this starting at 7:05. It is a doubleheader tonight at Fremont. Again, apologize for any technical difficulties. We will make sure to get that all wrapped up by the time the second game starts. This one is put into left center field, but Chance Burton is there, puts up his glove, and the ball falls into it for out number 3. Malatesta will be stranded over at second. We'll go to the top of the 7th inning. Fremont get a run back, but they are still down 5.
And Ficino had really good contact and solid power in that, but it kind of just died in the air and ended up with the Sodbuster closing out the inning. If that's the end we see from Jude Stewart, then quality start for him and good and a lot of props for him, only allowing 3 through 6.
Yeah, 6 innings, only 3 runs allowed, especially with this Fremont team that scored 20 runs in 18 innings in their past 2 contests. Nice work there from Jude Stewart, if that's the end for him. And we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. Fremont Family YMCA. Looking to stay active this summer? Visit the Fremont Family YMCA on North Lincoln Avenue, offering fitness, youth programs, swimming, and more for the whole family. And we would also like to thank Visit Fremont and Dodge County. Planning your next Fremont adventure? Visit Fremont and Dodge County has everything from local events and dining to outdoor fun and family attractions in the heart of Nebraska. And we would lastly like to thank Buffalo Wild Wings. Catch every big play at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fremont, serving up wings, burgers, cold drinks, and non-stop sports action all week long. Stop by on East 23rd Street and make game day your favorite day of the week. Top of the 7th here. Moo down 8-3.
And for the Moo, we're really hoping to see more quality plays from Parker Ott. He gave up 1 run so far, but he's, last inning he struggled at points. We had a mound visit, but after that he goes cool, calm, and collected. Sorry, that's not Parker Ott. That's Chase Nelson actually out there now. Switch up caught me off guard. Nelson so far in the year has thrown 4.1 innings, but he's given up a lot of earned. ERA of 16.62. We'll see if he can, lighten that load a little bit tonight.
And the third pitcher we've seen from the Fremont pitching staff. First pitch is in the dirt for ball 1. That was issued to number 15, Cam Dahlgren. Today he is 0 for 3. And catches strike 1 on the outside corner of the plate.
Good pitch there by Nelson. Took it away. Took it from Dahlgren, and rightfully so, but Nelson just finding the corner. He does it again right there. Beautiful, beautiful placement, and what nice control from the man out of St. Thomas.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and a nice part of the order to come out on. 7, 8, and 9 hole, as his breaking ball is too far outside. It's even in the count. If you're just joining us, we're in the top of the 7th inning, and unless Fremont ties or takes the lead, or ties the game, we'll go to 8, but this will be 2 7-inning games, the next one starting at 7:05, and with 2 strikes in the count, Dahlgren puts one past the glove of Ripken Fleck into left field, and another hit for the Sodbusters, a leadoff single for the 7-hole hitter. Now a righty on lefty matchup for Brevin Matthews.
This was only Dahlgren's second hit of the season. As I mentioned prior in this broadcast, he doesn't even hit at college in Hastings. He only pitches, but sorry, he had one at-bat this season, and the result of that was a strikeout. But here, he's been quality player at the bottom of the order for the Sodbusters.
Matthews is 1 of 2 on the day, an infield single and a line out, and then had a sacrifice fly. Dahlgren tried to steal on a hit and run call. It was a foul ball, and Nelson makes sure he's trying to keep him on the bag. But a 3-step lead over there on first base still for Dahlgren.
Definitely watch out for that. Dahlgren has 3 stolen bases on the season.
This one is popped into deep left field. It's controlled by Braden Mitchell. 1 away with 1 on board. As the 9-hole hitter Max Israel comes up to the plate, and he's 2 for 2 on the day. Was also hit by a pitch in the dome.
Again, with Israel up to bat, I feel like I would definitely watch out for a Dahlgren attempted steal. As I said earlier, 3 stolen bases, 100% on the year so far. A lot of aggressive base running from this Hastings squad.
And Nelson picks back over to first. He's safe. Israel thought about it, and it's called strike 1 on the outside corner.
Nelson has done very well so far in this one in painting the corners. A lot of pitches that are just on what is just about the outside line but staying in.
That one misses low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike in the count. Double play would do wonders for the Moos. They're looking to try and quickly get out of this inning and come back up to the plate. Have a lot of work to do. Need 5 or more to continue this game. Another pickoff over to first as Dahlgren slides in head first. He's safe again. Definitely the Moo are more cautious. A lot of stolen bases today for the Sodbusters. Another 3-4 step lead. This one is popped straight up to the middle infield. Shallow right center, and there to get it is Eamon O'Gorman. Takes care of it. Might have been aided by some of the clouds coming into this beautiful Fremont sky here as it nears 6:02. 2 away here with 1 aboard, and that will be A.J. Astill coming back into the left-hand batter's box.
Beautiful sky is right. I mean, how often do you think of Fremont, Nebraska as one of the beautiful skylines? But you look at it on the camera, I mean, it looks tremendous out there.
A nice day for baseball. Strike 1 on the inside corner. Still is 1 for 2. His hit by pitch was walked, grounded out, and in his last plate appearance, he had an RBI single. Again, it's a quick rifling throw over to first base the 3rd time that Nelson has kept the batter honest. His lead has gotten no shorter, no longer. This one is fouled off. Still looking to get back-to-back hits. No balls, 2 strikes in the count. Dahlgren on first after his leadoff single. Runner goes, batter swings and fouls it off, and Dahlgren will have to do a U-turn and head back to first.
And that's what Nelson's been worried about. You know, he's seen a lot of pickoff attempts with Dahlgren at first, and rightfully so. You see the attempted stolen base there, but thankfully it was fouled away.
Here's the 0-2, and it's fouled down the first base line. So far, Nelson is hitting his target and trying to keep the base runner from advancing after he gave up a leadoff single. He's gotten his past 2 batters to fly out and pop up. Here's another 0-2 offering, and that one nearly misses. Some Moo fans thought that was strike 3. Instead, it's ball 1, and Dahlgren will head over to first, or second.
I know what you're saying there. We got it. But you know, it looked like Horner definitely thought that it was strike 3. He didn't even attempt to look at second base. Thought he was over and away, but I guess this at-bat continues.
Just missed below the knees. Now a runner in scoring position. That one misses low that time. No question that one was out of the zone. And an even count.
Very, very long at-bat. Very impressive work here from A.J. Still. I mean, he stuck at 0-2 for 2 pitches with 2 fouls, but now he advanced the runner and has taken 3 balls in a row.
2-2 becomes 3-2, and a full count for the leadoff man for the Sodbusters. Top of the order still up for Hastings. Number 2 hold Chance Burton is in the on-deck circle. Here comes the full count delivery. The payoff misses the zone. That's twice that Horner thought that was in there for strike 3, and Dahlgren goes from first to second and now second to third, and runners will be on the corners for Nelson as Chance Burton will come back into the left-hand batter's box.
What a turn of events in that last at-bat. It went from 0-2 with a runner on first to a walk and runners on first and third. Not ideal in the top of the 8th if you're trying to close this one out for the Moo.
That one catches the left corner of the plate for strike 1. Burton 0 for 4 on the day. Strikeout, ground out, and 2 flyouts. Pickoff over to first is not in time.
Nelson's ready for that stolen base, though. You know, this Sodbusters team has over and over tried to steal in this one, and here we see it right there.
He'll stand up on his steal. Horner was not going to attempt to throw down. 2 runners in scoring position. Nelson doing his best to keep these Hastings runners off of his home plate. This one is swung and fouled back near the Fremont Moo dugout. 2 strikes in the count.
1 pitch away from closing this one out. Can he get it done?
Still is over on second. Dahlgren over on third. Here is the 1-2, and it's above the zone. 2-2 now for the 2-hole hitter.
Chance Burton, 5 walks so far this year. See if he can work his way back into that one. The good eye he's had so far in this at-bat.
This one is in the zone. It's a slow chopper to the right side of the infield. O'Gorman just flicks it over to first base for the final out. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and just a reminder, this will be the final inning unless the Moo end up tying this game. It's a doubleheader tonight, and just 2 7-inning games for both of these teams at the bottom of the pecking order. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. Moo trail 8-3. And a new pitcher on the mound for the Sodbusters. We'll get you his name when we come back. And we'll take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC. Need your lawn looking game ready? Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC provides landscaping, tree care, and snow removal services across Fremont and the surrounding area. Give them a call at 402-720-5944 and let the pros handle the hard work. We would also like to thank S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse. Tonight's game is brought to you by S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse, Fremont's local choice for trash, recycling, and dumpster services. From home cleanups to construction projects, S2 Roll-Offs keeps our community clean. And lastly, we'd like to thank Tommy's Express Car Wash. Need a quick clean before first pitch? Tommy's Express Car Wash keeps your ride shining with fast, high-quality washes and free vacuums to finish the job. And now up on the rubber for the Sodbusters is number 6, Tyler Matthews, coming in for relief in Jude Stewart, who had a great 6 innings of work, Baylor.
Yes, he did. But I want to highlight Kyler Matthews right now. He's the only rising freshman on this squad. Last season in Snowflake, Arizona, I should say, he was 5-2 with a 1.43 ERA and 68 strikeouts. The Garden City Community College commit has done a lot this year so far too. He's thrown in only 1 inning, but he has a 0 ERA with 2 strikeouts in that inning. Gotta imagine there's no other guy for the choice here to end this game for the Sodbusters.
And instead of a southpaw for the final frame, it'll be a right-hander, Kyler Matthews. And Easton Leahy will be back up at the plate. He is 0 for 2 on the day. Fly out, grounded into a fielder's choice, and was walked. Looking for his 7th hit of the season as he faces off against Mr. Matthews. And then a first pitch fastball catches the outside edge.
What a great pitch there, right on the outside. Leahy can't swing at that one. He should take it, but it just catches the corner.
Here comes the 0-1. That one misses too far outside. Some dirt comes up off the glove of Brevin Matthews. Really in desperate need of a walk-off base runner, lead-off, not walk-off, lead-off base runner here for Fremont. And not going to do it as that one was lined right toward Cam Dahlgren for out number 1.
Not an ideal start for the Moo here. Leahy 0 for on the day, and he extends that here. But now we have Bert Yasa. Yasa's been a little bit better. He had a single earlier on, but now we'll see if he can put the ball in play here.
Yasa 1 for 2 on the day. Had an infield single in his first appearance, and since then he's flown out and walked. Has really come into his own here after having a struggling start to the season. Swing and a miss for that pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike in the count.
Matthews getting work done now.
That one misses the outside corner. 2 balls, 1 strike to the 5-hole man for Fremont. Fremont needs some base runners here. Down 8-3 in the bottom of the 7th. This one is cracked down the first base line. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good breaking ball pitch there from Matthews. Yasa thought it was in the middle, swung on it fast, was a little early on it, came in. That's what caused the foul ball there.
Those breaking balls are always going to curve toward a left-handed batter, and swing and a miss. Nobody on first base, so a drop third strike in effect, and the throwdown from Brevin Matthews is there in time. Yasa will go down swinging, and Fremont is down to their last out.
And Yasa wasn't really expecting that one to be dropped. He started off a little slow, was a little angry, and I think if he starts off with a run there, he probably gets there. Instead, it's 2 outs, 1 batter left for the Moo.
And the potential last batter is Braden Mitchell, 1 for 3 on the day, takes ball 1 in the dirt. Singled in his last plate appearance. Trying to do so to extend this game. Both pitches missed low, about shin height for Mitchell, and it's a hitter's count for the 6-hole man. Kyler Matthews trying to shut the door, 3 straight balls. After starting early in his previous counts, he's now behind. Here's a 3-0. This one is put into play by Braden Mitchell. Coming in on it is A.J. Estill, and it's a 1-2-3 bottom of the 7th inning for Kyler Matthews to get things done. And the first doubleheader goes the Sodbusters' way. They claim their first victory tonight, 8-3. Baylor, anything that stood out to you?
The way the game ended, it was Kyler Matthews with great pitching throughout this game, other than a tough first inning for Jude Stewart. But A.J. Estill finishes it with his glove. Time and time again, he made great plays for the Sodbusters and was a real difference maker because the Moo struggled with errors, Sodbusters didn't.
And that will end things here for the first of 2 games. We are going to take about a 50-minute break. The next game will start at 7:05. We appreciate you tuning in. Sodbusters claim game 1 8-3. Second game coming up in just about 50 minutes. We'll sign off for now, but we'll be back at 7:05.
Testing. Testing.
Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Here at Moeller Field, just doing some tests to see if it's still staticky on this end. Oh, there is static. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Testing again. Wonder if it's mine. So when you're at
Okay, so that makes it louder. Oh. I think these were a little low.
That made it louder.
Hello. Okay, so this is my louder.
game.
Yeah, I'll try to. We're just trying to figure out the static. I don't know what's going on. I'll just go get those real quick and I'll be back.
Testing. Testing, testing. Is there still static?
8-8. Spot he was last game, and it's a first pitch strike from Nelson, who will look to put a lot of pitches on the board and go quite a few innings here, as the Moo want to keep their pitching lineup clean, and that is a hard ground ball to the first baseman, Jacob Cushionet. Handles it, puts it in the dirt, and then picks it up and steps on first base for the first out, top of the first. Second game here in Fremont, Nebraska.
That's a way to start this game. Two pitch out. Gotta love that if you're the Moo. Not taking up a lot of pitches and a lot of long counts like we did in the last game.
Swing and a miss at an off-speed pitch for Chance Verton. And again, Chase Nelson starting ahead in the count, 0-1. That one inside as Verton scoots out of the way. It's 1-1 in the count now. Nobody aboard and one away in the top of the first. And Verton was 0 for 4, a strikeout, ground out, and 2 flyouts in his first 4 at-bats. Now has a 2-1 count. Playing center field tonight for the Sodbusters. Looking to get things going for the away squad. Takes strike 2 on the inside half of the plate. It's an even count with 1 away.
And Verton did not like that one. He felt it was a little bit outside and gave the ump a few words, but his rule overrules.
2-2 is put into play. This is to the right side of the infield to Eamon O'Gorman, and a sidearm toss is for out number 2.
Very cleanly fielded that one. Very effortless looking play by O'Gorman there. The Wayne State second baseman made that look effortless.
And he struggled a little bit over there at second base. 6 errors, 1 last game. That's so far been the kryptonite for this Moo team. A lot of free bases and some errors have really derailed some of their games. But they're looking to clean things up here. They have a clean slate, 2 away, as Chase Nelson starts his second inning on the bump. Technically first of this game. And a 2-0 count and hitters count for Matthew Scholes, the first baseman for Hastings, with his first at-bat of this nightcap. And 3-1, my apologies. That one misses, and now it is 3-1.
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
No, you're good. It's okay. Nelson looking to go 1, 2, 3. This one is popped up. It's in play. Tracking it is Jacob Cushionet in foul territory. Oh, that is a hard collision with the first base foul fence. His hat took a trip off of his head, and teammate Eamon O'Gorman collects it from the grass. That might have been in and out of his glove, maybe tipped it a little bit. That is a hard collision as he nearly topples over that fence. Good hustle over there, not able to make the play, but it's a full count now for Scholes.
Real dedication there from the first baseman, Cushionet. Got over it and wasn't even looking at the fence. He had no worries in the world, but...
And this one is fouled straight back, and he seems to be okay. He's a tough player there.
That he is. The Iowa Central Community College players. Been a valuable asset for the Moo so far this season, and been a good fielder as well.
Here's another payoff. This one is put into play. It's looping into right field, and it's going to take a bounce into the glove of Liam Sullivan. And the first hit of the night goes to Matthew Scholes, a full count 2-out single.
And a real nice hit right there. Drops it right into the perfect location. Not too much, not too little. Perfect velocity, and that's how you do a blooper single to a T.
So Matthew Scholes gets on board, and that brings up number 26, Jack Riley. And that is in for ball one. Just missed the outside edge. Riley in the DH spot tonight. And cleanup spot. Nelson retired his first two batters with 2 groundouts. This one is popped up out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Jack Riley has only had 2 plate appearances so far this season. Most of those came last game. He had 1 at-bat where he walked and then ended up bringing in a run.
So Riley has an even count at 1 apiece. Base runner on first, top of the first. And slings it over to first base, and he's safe. And Hastings had quite a few stolen bags last game. They're a team that likes to have an aggressive base running mindset. This one is fouled off yet again. 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count.
And as you said, Hastings, very aggressive base running. And Chase Nelson did a lot of that in the 7th inning of the last game. A lot of pickoff attempts. But here he is. Matthew Scholes does not have a single stolen base attempt yet this season. So I don't know if he's quite the target.
Nelson trying to get out of this inning, and that's another batter that's been hit in the top of the helmet. As Jack Riley will head down to first base on a 2-strike hit by pitch to extend the top of the first.
And Nelson put that breaking ball a little bit too far inside. You felt it coming back towards the outside, but just way too far inside. Riley tried to duck, but still, got hit by it and gets a free base for it.
So now Riley on first and Scholes on second with Coleman at the plate. 1 of 2 in last game, 2 walks, and a 2-run shot as this one gets past Connor Thompson, the new catcher at the plate in place of Tucker Horner. Base runners will advance, and on that wild pitch, Coleman has 2 base runners in prime position to give the Sodbusters an early lead, and Thompson will come out and have a small conversation with Nelson before this next pitch.
And Coleman was a very big asset in that last game. You mentioned the long shot. I don't even know where that ball went. It went deep into left. And he also played very well at third. A lot of great fielding. And he's been great today, and we'll see if more of that continues.
Yeah, he's been kept busy. A lot of action at the plate and in the field, and now has a hitter's count as that ball took a bounce in the dirt. 2-0 and 2 outs with 2 base runners aboard in the top of the first. And the Sodbusters looking to draw first blood. The 2-0 is popped up, and it's coming toward the press box. And there is that sound that we were waiting to hear, the collision with the bleachers.
Well, there was a chance that one would have snuck in and hit the camera up here. Looked like it coming right at me, but we stayed safe.
We did. That's what counts. 2 balls, 1 strike now. Nelson looking to get out of a bit of a pickle. This is launched into left field again. Did Coleman do it again? He did! It's a 3-run shot for Isaac Coleman. And he's homered in 2 straight games. This time he adds another tally. It's a 3-run bomb. And Sodbusters are up early 3-0 on a 2-out rally. Nelson sat down the first 2 batters with the ground out, and then it was a single hit by a pitch, and that one was sent to practically the same location he hit it last game.
Yeah, just right over it was put in a very good spot, not quite over the tallest point of the wall in left field, a little bit in left center, gets it right over, and that ball was drilled.
So Nelson has now 3 batters that have come to the plate, and the 6-hole hitter Carter Guyton up in the left-handed batter's box, his first at-bat of tonight, batting .286 on the year, has 2 hits.
And both of those came in his last appearance when they played against Grand Island. 2 hits, a run, and 3 RBIs.
And now it's a 2-1 count to Guyton, playing right field tonight for the away squad. 7-hole hitter Joshua Magnaye in the on-deck circle. This is put into left center field, but there to collect it is Wyatt Throckmorton. 3 outs, but 3 came to the plate off of a 3-run home run shot from Isaac Coleman to open the door here for Hastings. And we'll head to the bottom of the first with the Moo back down again 3-0.
And Isaac Coleman, the story of today, 2 3-run shots and just absolutely putting his bat on the ball and drilling it. Chase Nelson started that inning off strong, but you can tell his confidence wavered a little bit, and that's what led to that Isaac Coleman 3-run homer.
And we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We would like to thank Methodist Fremont Health. When it comes to caring for the Fremont community, Methodist Fremont Health is here 24/7 with trusted doctors, nurses, and health care services for patients and families across Dodge County. Compassionate care, close to home, Methodist Fremont Health. And we would also like to thank Subway. Subway, home of the legendary footlong, stacked with all your favorite toppings and made fresh right in front of you. Next time hunger steps up to the plate, head to Subway, located at 549 East 23rd Street, and knock it out of the park. Subway, eat fresh. And lastly, we would like to thank Raising Cane's. Tonight's game is brought to you by Raising Cane's, serving hot chicken fingers, fresh Texas toast, and quality meals made fresh every day. Stop by their Fremont location on East 23rd Street and grab a meal after the game. And as we head to the bottom of the first, it is a 3-0 lead for the Hastings Sodbusters. And a new man on the mound, Alex Miner from Arkansas Tech. Trying to look at his stats, didn't see any. So looks like this might be his first time pitching in a bit, both for college and now summer collegiate ball. There's the throw down to second from Joshua Magnaye. And we'll get things started here. Moo, again in a bit of a hole. And Ripken Fleck will look to lead things off. He did so last game, was 1 of 4 with a single. 8 hits now on the year and a plus 300 batting average. He'll look to get on a roll here for the Moo. And takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1.
Ooh. Ball is placed very well. I thought that was outside, but Ripken Fleck obviously thought it was that well, but instead he'll be down 0-1.
This one is popped up. It is not going to stay in play, and it's fouled off. 2 quick strikes for the leadoff man for Fremont.
And Matthew Scholes on first will not make the same mistake that Koshne did for the Moo and run over the fence.
Fleck is going to have to choke up and try to put this one in play. Here is the 0-2 offering, and that one nearly skims his left shoulder. Instead, it misses, ricochets off the glove of Magnaye, and it's 1-2.
That might be a little bit of nerves out of here from Miner. Again, you said he did not play at Arkansas Tech and has not played yet this season. The Midlothian, Texas native comes all the way out here to Fremont.
Swing and a miss from Ripken Fleck, and he strikes out swinging on a breaking ball on the outside edge of the plate. So 1 away for Alex Miner, and he sits down his first batter, courtesy of a strikeout.
Can't do it much better than that. I mean, he gave up 1 ball the whole at-bat. Foul ball, but other than that, pretty textbook there from Miner.
Looks like you'll have a tougher obstacle here with Giovanni Malatesta. Batting over 400 on the season, had a lot of good long at-bats, kept some of the counts alive, had a 11-pitch at-bat that saw him single. He was 2 of 4 last game, and he already has a 1-0 count. A tough batter for any opposing pitcher to face, and a swing and a miss at a fastball in there, and we're even at 1-1.
And as you just said, Malatesta is such a hard batter to face. He came into today getting on base over 60% of the time. You can't do much better than that.
Yeah, definitely want to have him at the top of the lineup. Swing and a miss at another fastball. Earlier in the season, the first couple of games, he was in the bottom of the order, and Jonathan Thornhill saw that he was getting it on base, like you said, over 60% of the time, so rewarded him with putting him up there with Ripken Fleck. It's a potent 1-2 punch, but so far Fleck has been sat down by a strikeout. And Miner is trying to do the same here to Malatesta. If he fouls that pitch off, it'll remain 1-2.
Way to stay alive there by Malatesta. The last pitch was a strikeout, or a fastball absolutely blown by him. But here he comes a little bit more prepared. He's learned, and he's going to continue to learn as this game progresses.
Bottom of the first inning, and Fremont Moo trailing 3-0. This one is fouled back again from Malatesta. Has such a good eye and is able to just get contact on it before it flies into the catcher's mitt.
I mean, that's why he's hitting over 400. Just puts the bat on the ball. No matter what, he's still going to get it.
Here's another 1-2. That one misses high. At the numbers for Malatesta. Now we're even at 2-2.
And again, it's not just the contact that he makes. He also came into the day with 4 walks, tied for the most on the team. As he said earlier, he gets on base no matter what.
Looks at a 2-2 below the knees, and he's fought back in this count. Looking to be the first base runner for the home squad.
And that's what elite hitters do. They just find a way to win a count, win every pitch, don't get too stressed down 0-2.
Here is the payoff from Miner, and this one is fouled back again.
Just a little bit late on the fastball there. Miner has thrown a lot of velo so far, especially in this at-bat versus Malatesta, but he's still prepared.
His fastball has zoomed by quite a few swings from this Fremont batting team so far. On deck is Burke Yassa, and that one hits Malatesta in the back. He's rewarded after fouling off pitch after pitch. He'll saunter down to first base, and the first base runner for the Moo, as the 6'6" man from Thornton, Colorado, will come to the plate.
And that's just the value of a very good hitter. He finds a way to stay in a 7, 8. I didn't count how many pitches that at bat was, but he found a way to stay in and was rewarded, as you said, with a hit by pitch.
And Yassa will take a fastball too far outside for ball 1. Batting just over 300 on the year, 1 for 3 last game. Had an infield single that moved over a couple base runners, and now it's a favorable count.
And I want to look out and see if Giovanni Malatesta tests the base here and goes for a steal. He looks to be up and moving over there, and Miner just checked him out.
Miner will head home. This is a ground ball to the left side of the infield, and that is a 6-4-3 routine double play to end the inning. And Alex Miner goes 1-2-3 as Yassa grounds into a double play. We will head to the top of the second inning with the Hastings Sodbusters up 3-0. And we would like to take this time again to thank our sponsors. First, we would like to thank Fremont Family YMCA. Looking to stay active this summer? Visit the Fremont Family YMCA on North Lincoln Avenue, offering fitness, youth programs, swimming, and more for the whole family. We would also like to thank Visit Fremont in Dodge County. Planning your next Fremont adventure? Visit Fremont in Dodge County has everything from local events and dining to outdoor fun and family attractions in the heart of Nebraska. And lastly, we would like to thank Buffalo Wild Wings. Catch every big play at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fremont, serving up wings, burgers, cold drinks, and non-stop sports action all week long. Stop by on East 23rd Street and make game day your favorite day of the week. Chase Nelson will remain on the mound for the Moo, his second inning of work and third of the night. And had a solid first 2 at-bats, grounded out the first 2 base runners in Still and Verton. And then he allowed 2 straight to reach, and that's when Coleman came in and said, let me launch this one over the fence. And that's where we are in the top of the second with a 3-0 advantage for the away squad as number 19, Joshrin Magnaye, will come up to the left-handed batter's box for the Sodbusters.
Catcher, number 19, Joshua Maganac.
A fresh count in a fresh inning, and this one is foul down the third base line, foul. 0-1 is the count.
And I think the key for the rest of this game and the rest of the start is Chase Nelson's confidence. He was so close to getting out of that last inning on a Jacob Koshne missing a foul ball that went over the wall just barely. And then after that, it was 3 runs resulted. But still, you can't hold your head too much on the 3 runs you gave up, on especially the home run, if you want to continue to win this game, because he was so close. He's got to stay confident, and he's worked through batters well when he was confident.
This is a Fremont team that tends to not hang their heads after tough nights. They had a 4-game skid, 2-4 coming into tonight, and now 2-5. As the Sodbusters improved to 2-4, their first 5 games were against the Grand Island Fightin' Cranes, who have been pretty solid so far this season. They're 7-2 and at the top of the pecking order in this brand new Diamond Baseball League. Magnaye takes ball 2 as Thompson lets that one bounce past him. Even in the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes for the Sodbusters catcher.
And as you just discussed, pitching is the key to this one. These two teams came into today as the bottom 2 teams in ERA in the entire league. The Moo were giving up 10.9 earned runs a single game, and a lot of those did come from Grand Island, as you said. Gave up 14 in 2 different games and 13 in another. But now they have Hastings, and they still gave up 8 to them earlier today.
This is a changeup that is launched into left field, but it's going to stay in the ballpark. Wyatt Throckmorton was over there and navigated that ball into his mitt for out number 1.
And really good contact there from Magnaye. Puts that one just about as far as he can, but it's not far enough, especially with the lower speed of the off speed with the changeup there. Can't quite drive it out, and that will lead to the routine fly ball.
And that'll bring up the near bottom of the order as Griffin Baltzell, the left fielder for Hastings tonight, will foul that one off down the left field line. A lot of left-handed hitters for this Hastings team as they're facing off against a right-handed pitcher in Chase Nelson. His 0-1 is put into play over the head of Eamon O'Gorman and into shallow right center field, and now he's trying to take 2. Here's the throw from Malatesta, and that was a poor base running choice. I think he thought that the outfield was going to get caught lackadaisical. Instead, Malatesta fires from center field. It's a clean drive into the glove of Ripken Fleck, and a single trying to turn into a double. Baltzell is tagged out for out 2.
I'm not really sure what the thought process was there. It was pretty textbook single right there. But instead he challenges for second, and, I mean, you saw what happened.
Yeah, we've talked about how aggressive base running they are. Go ahead.
The thing with them, though, is that they've been aggressive on getting stolen bases. I just don't see the reason to push for second when they've gotten to second on singles so often.
That's a good point. They usually do tend to steal once they get over there to first base. Multiple times they had runners at first and second, and they called a double steal. And so far, the Moo have been unable to prevent them from advancing. And now it's 2 balls, 1 strike for David Osana, second baseman, has 1 hit on the year, batting .125. Looking for his second hit of this young year. Top of the order coming up with 2 away. That one nearly zooms by his head, and it's 3 balls, 1 strike.
I mean, way to stay ahead in the count there. Obviously, that pitch you got to get out of the way of. So obvious ball there, but still, getting up 3-1 is so important, especially with 2 batters away.
This one is popped right back. Change up on the inside half of the plate. And now it's another full count for Nelson. He's trying to go 1, 2, 3. Here is the payoff pitch. It's fouled off again. 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Both of these teams have done a solid job of keeping their at-bats alive and forcing the pitcher to up his tally.
And Osana from Arkansas Tech after he went to Phoenix College before. Got a lot of playing time this year, 27 games, hit .216 with 8 hits, 7 runs, and 6 RBIs.
Another payoff just misses the inside corner, and Osana, another 2-out walk, and Nelson has to be careful here. He started the last inning with 2 straight outs and then ended up putting 2 base runners aboard, and we know what happened when Coleman got up to the plate, so that brings up the leadoff man, A.J. Estelle, 0 for 1 with a ground out. Last game was 1 for 2 and was walked twice and was also hit by a pitch. And a fresh count for the leadoff man. That one does catch the inside corner for strike 1.
Very well placed pitch right there. Estelle can't really get to that on his inside, but it's still in the zone, very well placed there by Nelson.
Osana jumping around on first, and that got the attention of Nelson. Big lead over there, and threw back to keep him on the base. Usually those Sodbusters like to have a 3-4 step lead. It's paid off for them so far. Here comes the runner to second. It's a hit and run call, and a nice call. It's a liner right up the middle, and Malatesta throws to third. That's the second time a base runner really hasn't possibly made the best of decisions. That was just jogging over there was Osana, but luckily the throw wasn't in time for the Sodbusters, and runners are on the corners after a single from Estelle.
Yeah, Malatesta was a little bit high on that throw. Leahy got up. I mean, thank goodness for that, because he jumped up and caught it out of the air. Had he not made that play, I mean, Osana probably glides in home, and he was right to try to steal. He was 4 for 4 on stolen base attempts heading into this one. And, I mean, we paid out there.
So deja vu for Chase Nelson. Sat down his first 2 batters, and now a 2-0 count to Chance Burton, who's 0 for 1 with the ground out. Still over on first after his single put Osana on third. Force out at second or first. The Moo do not need a double play to get out of this inning. 3 straight balls issued from Nelson, and he's in danger of jacking the bases. He'll try to put this one in the zone and force Burton to take the bat off of his shoulder. I have to imagine he has a take call here, and it's a 4-pitch walk. And that will load the bases with Matthew Scholes coming back up to the plate. He's 1 for 1 with a single, and he was the first runner to come home last inning for the Sodbusters. He'll look to put people home in this at-bat.
Kind of confused what was going on there for Nelson. You feel like you're up, I feel like you have to put at least a ball in the zone there with 2 outs and runners on the corners. I mean, I guess you create a force, but I don't know if that's really ideal in this scenario, in my opinion.
Now it's a force out at any bag, and the umpire will come out and break up this conversation between Thompson and Nelson. A catcher visit. Thompson will head back to home plate, and Nelson will face off against Scholes, who's already put a ball past the infield and started things off for the Sodbusters. They're looking to add to their run total. A base hit would bring home 2. First pitch is too far inside as Scholes will dance out of the way, and it's 1-0.
Again, I think Nelson's lost a little bit of his confidence. He's just not placing the ball near the zone or where he's intending to.
That next pitch is in there for strike 1. Osana on third, Estelle on second, Burton on first. 2 of those were walks, 1 of them a single. Nelson's third pitch, this is put up high, and it's going to be out of play. 1-2.
And Nelson from St. Thomas coming into the day had a 16.62 ERA through 4.5 innings, and he'd struggled a lot. He was averaging 3 runners on per inning, but now he's kind of doing a little bit of the same here today.
A fastball misses the zone. It's even at 2-2. You do not want to lose the batter here. Souls looking to put his teammates home. A half swing, and he just jams it right back to Nelson. A low throw over there to Couchounet on first is handled. And a nice job by Nelson to get out of the bases-loaded jam. No runs will come to the plate. We'll go to the bottom of the second with the Moo trailing 3-0.
And way to escape that for Chase Nelson. I mean, he was really struggling at the end there. You know, he gets his quick outs, the same story as the first inning. He gets quick outs, but then runners come on base, but he escapes at that time without any runs given up. Next up, though, they have the Isaac Coleman coming up at the start of next inning, who did hit that 3-run shot earlier today.
Yeah, they'll have to keep him reined in if they want to prevent any more runs coming to home plate. Miner will continue his night on the bump, and we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Indra Mowing and Tree Care, LLC. Need your lawn game looking ready? Indra Mowing and Tree Care, LLC provides landscaping, tree care, and snow removal services across Fremont and the surrounding area. Give them a call at 402-720-5944 and let the pros handle the hard work. We would also like to thank S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse. Tonight's game is brought to you by S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse, Fremont's local choice for trash, recycling, and dumpster services. From home cleanups to construction projects, S2 Roll-Offs keeps our community clean. And lastly, we would like to thank Tommy's Express Car Wash. Need a quick clean before first pitch? Tommy's Express Car Wash in Fremont keeps your ride shining fast with high-quality washes and free vacuums to finish the job. And we will go to the bottom of the second inning. There is the throwdown from Joshua Magnaye. And leading off this inning will be the cleanup hitter, Easton Leahy, who was 0 for 3 in tonight's game. Coming up in the 4th spot again. 6 hits, batting close to 300, about 273 on the year. That average has probably gone down after his last 4 appearances. He'll look to put one in play and pass the infield, as the Moos still find themselves down 3-0. The first pitch from Miner is just outside, and it's a ball 1 for Leahy.
And you got to expect Leahy to bounce back. He's been one of the most consistent players in this Moo squad throughout the year, and now with last game's performance being a little downhill, I got to expect him to bounce back.
And that pitch about in the same location, this time called for a strike, 1-1.
Very good placement there by Miners. It's just such elite work to get it right on the outside of the zone. It's so hard to hit that.
Leahy lays off.
I like that one. Leahy lays off.
Okay. Yeah. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Gotta have a little bit of fun here in the broadcast booth, you know.
You definitely do.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
The 2-1 is put high into left field. This one is back, and hits the top of the left field fence. But that's going to be a double, a stand-up double for Easton Leahy. I thought that one might have been hit out of here, but it stays in the ballpark. And a good leadoff double to start things off in the bottom of the second for the home squad.
And Griffin Baltzel out in left kind of thought that was out too. You saw he paused there. He's like, that one's gone. But instead, it stays in off that big wall out in left. And instead of a homer, Leahy still gets a double, which is nothing to complain about.
You'll take it. Half of what he might have expected. He's over there in scoring position as Jacob Couchounet will come back up to the plate. Playing first base tonight for the Moo, and he takes a breaking ball on the outside half. 0-1 with 1 aboard and nobody away, and now Joshua Magnaye will come out and have a small conversation with his starting pitcher.
Gotta wonder what that's about. I mean, Miner's been pretty solid so far. I get he just gave up a double, but still, you know, after a good strike placed in the zone, I feel like that's a little unwarranted, in my opinion.
Yeah, not sure. Usually after a strike, usually catchers don't stand up and come out and talk to their pitcher, but maybe he saw something that we didn't. Leahy still on second after his ball scraped the edge of the outfield fence. 1-1. Couchene, 1 hit on the year, batting below 150. Looking for his second hit. Hasn't had too many opportunities to really make an impact. And now it's 1-2 in the count.
That one hit he had, though, was a 3-run double earlier against Salina the other day. Very big play, but he has striked out 4 times in the limited appearances. Got to be a little better.
And that fastball misses low and away just below the knees of Couchene. Even in the count. Leahy looking to come home. Base hit would make the lead from 3-2. The delivery is low again, and it's a full count for the 5-hole hitter.
And way to stay in there by Couchene. I mean, really good watching the ball. You can tell he kind of wanted to swing at that one, but instead laid off and paid off.
Miner looking for a slick payoff pitch. He delivers to the plate, and that one, it does not miss. It was a delayed strike 3 call, and you have some clamoring from the Moo fans here at Moeller Field, and Couchene will walk back to the dugout, and Miner strikes out his second batter of the night.
And Couchene did not like that call in the slightest. You saw him, his head look right back at the umpire and just give him a shake at the head. He really thought that was outside, but the man in blue disagrees.
So a called strike 3 when makes this 1 away and 1 aboard. Wyatt Throckmorton now at the plate, batting .200 on the season. Usually interspersively plays, usually every other game. And he's trying to bring home Leahy and have a runner come to home plate for the home squad.
And Throckmorton's another one of those utility assets. He's pitched a lot so far this year, 9 innings, but he's also been a hitter at Southwest Community College. He pitched 56 innings this season, but also he did hit plenty as well. He hit in 46 different games, hit .298, pretty solid numbers for the Southwest Community College player.
2-1 is the count. Throckmorton will swing. This is put into center field, and it's going to drop in there for a base hit. So a 1-out single will put base runners on the corners for Fremont as the cowbells ring. And the 7-hole hitter Liam Sullivan will come up into the left-handed batter's box.
And Throckmorton places that ball just about as well as you can. Again, another one of those bloop singles right in front of the center fielder. Leahy couldn't decide if he was going to get to it or not. Eventually, he decided to go for it. Ended up getting the third.
This one is put into the left side of the infield. Did he beat out the throw? Yes. So while one runner does go away, Liam Sullivan decided to swing at the first pitch. Double play opportunity is negated as he was able to leg out the throw. And after a leadoff double, Easton Leahy comes home. And it's a 3-1 advantage now as the Moo strike back. Sodbusters now only up 2. First pitch is in there for a ball 1. And second pitch is in there for strike 2.
And you see Miner getting back a little bit of control. He had a little hiccups there, but instead he wants to get back and put the balls in the zone.
Eamon O'Gorman now at the plate. 0 for 1 last game. was hit by 2 pitches. This one is a slow grounder to the right side of the infield, and it is underhanded over there to first base to Matthew Scholes. David Osana gets the inning-ending ground out, but not before Moo strike, and we'll head to the top of the third in a 3-1 game in favor of Hastings.
And gotta love the just way to get on the bases for the Moo there. You know, Throckmorton with the ball well placed into center field, and Leahy with that deep drive out to left. You gotta chip at that lead. When you start down 3-0 before you even step to the plate. You gotta chip away, and hope that Chase Nelson can back it up on the mound as well.
Yeah, they're no stranger to early game deficits. In the first game against the Sliders, not their opening night, but a few nights ago they were down 6-2. They were able to tie it 6-6, but then couldn't overcome an 11-7 deficit, and then they were down twice, like I said earlier, by 4 runs. 6-2 and 9-5, and able to come out with a 13-10 victory. So as we head to the top of the third, Chase Nelson still on the mound. We'll take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Keel's Barbershop. If you're in need of a haircut, step up your style with Keel's Barbershop in downtown Fremont, delivering classic cuts, beard trims, and old-school barbershop service since 1974. We would also like to thank Nebraska Lottery. Feeling lucky tonight? Nebraska Lottery gives Nebraskans the chance to win big while supporting programs across the state. Must be 19 to play. Nebraska Lottery. Both teams battling here as 2 innings are in the books. Thank you again for tuning in here at Moeller Field. We apologize for any technical difficulties such as the static. We will have that fixed. Fingers crossed by tomorrow, unless it wasn't already fixed. But you can also listen to Mixler as well. I believe it's more clear on that end. And we will start the top of the third as Jack Riley will come back up to the plate. He was domed in the head by Nelson in his first at-bat. He'll look to keep his head on his shoulders, and the first pitch from Nelson is in there for strike 1.
And in his last appearance, he had just had 1 at-bat. All that was, it turned into a walk and then eventually a run. Now, today, he started it off with a hit by pitch, and that also turned into a run thanks to an Isaac Coleman 3-run home run. So he's just got to get on base, and good things happen for the Sodbusters.
1 ball and 1 strike, and that one is too high. That one was upstairs, and now it's... Still think 1-1. I might have been wrong about that. That one misses away. I think it is 2-1.
And again, great eye there by Riley, just staying away from the pitches that he has no business bothering, not chasing anything.
Hitters count now for Riley. Looking to lead off things here for the Sodbusters. Their lead was cut to 2. They'll look to extend it again. Biggest lead last game was 6. Swing and a miss at a upstairs fastball, and that is strike 3. It was a 3-2 count. And Nelson punches out another batter, and that brings up Isaac Coleman with 1 away and nobody aboard.
And Riley just got caught chasing that one. It was definitely upstairs, but he swings, and that's what turns into a strikeout there by Chase Nelson. Riley would have loved to get on there because now we have Isaac Coleman at the plate, who has hit 2 home runs on the day so far, turned up a lot of runs.
2-run homer and a 3-run homer. As a breaking ball drops into the zone, 0-1 count. And the left field fence is the shortest part of the field, 290 out there at the foul pole. However, it is, I compare it to the Green Monster at the Red Sox field. Obviously, it's not as big or monstrous, but it is quite a sight to see out there. But he's been able to put it over that big fence, and Leahy nearly did. It just caught the top of that orange padding up there. Swing and a miss from Coleman for strike 2.
And Coleman was swinging for the fences there, you know. But you can see Chase Nelson in this at-bat. He's trying to go breaking ball and off-speed pitches. He does not want Coleman to have anything he can put his bat to and take it to the yard.
That one misses low, takes a bounce into Thompson's glove. Even at 2-2 with 1 out. Nelson already 2 2/3 innings of work. Continuing his night on the bump, and that is strike 3 for Isaac Coleman. Back-to-back strikeouts swinging for the Sodbusters will bring up Carter Guyton. And he'll try to get things started.
And Nelson has a big sigh of relief there, getting Isaac Coleman out. I mean, he's been a big batter today. 2 home runs, as we've mentioned time and time again. Getting past that, definitely something to be happy about and proud of yourself for.
Nelson will throw the first ball to Guyton, and in back-to-back innings he started off with 2 outs and then allowed a few base runners on board. He was able to get out of the bases loaded jam last inning, and now it's a 2-out count to Guyton, who's 0 for 1 with the flyout. 2 hits on the year, batting close to 300 at 286, playing in right field tonight.
And I want to highlight, in those 2 hits, he has 3 RBIs. That's good for 3rd on the team, which is pretty solid considering he only has 7 at-bats.
So a 2-1 for Guyton. Nobody on the base path for him to put home, and he dashes out of the way from that inside changeup, and it's 3 balls, 1 strike.
Another great eye from Guyton. Kind of might want to see him to stick in there and take the hit by pitch, but 3-1 is nothing to complain about.
Hitters count for the 6-hole hitter. He puts this one to the right side of the infield, and I'm not sure if O'Gorman could have gotten that one. I think it just bounced over his glove. I think they'll record that as an infield error and the 7th of the year for O'Gorman.
It's a good, very well-placed ball by Guyton. O'Gorman can't really get to that. It's very far out for the second baseman. And, he was almost there, but again, it's so tough to reach out that far. While you're running and you have to make a throw, there's a lot of things that go on in your mind, and Guyton takes advantage.
And now up to the plate is Joshrin Magnaye. Flew out in his first at-bat. Swing and a miss there. Foul tip, says the home plate umpire.
And Magnaye was swinging for the fences there, but he just got caught by the breaking ball. He couldn't quite get there. Was going to put that one to the moon if it was fastball. Good thing it wasn't.
Magnaye with Guyton on first. Throw over is not in time as Couchounet collected it into his mitt. No balls, 2 strikes. Jaws theme song playing here at Mueller Field. Righty on lefty matchup. This is put into play, a high chopper. This time, no problem for O'Gorman. And Nelson sees 4 batters. 1 was put on for an error, but we'll go to the bottom of the 3rd inning with the Fremont Moo trailing 3-1.
Very great work from Chase Nelson there. He's just getting it through. He started slow, but here he's rebounded, and it's paid off. Now the Moo offense needs to respond and get behind their pitcher.
And as we head to the bottom of the 3rd, Miner will still be on the bump for the Sodbusters. We'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Methodist Fremont Health. From routine checkups to unexpected emergencies, Methodist Fremont Health is proud to serve the people of Fremont and Dodge County. With experienced providers and compassionate care, they're helping keep our community healthy every day. And also, we would like to thank Subway. Subway is batting 1,000 when it comes to fresh flavor. Build your perfect sandwich, pile on your favorite toppings, and enjoy a meal made right in front of you. Visit Subway at 549 East 23rd Street. Subway, eat fresh. And lastly, we would like to thank Raising Cane's. Whether you're celebrating a Moo victory or just working up an appetite at the ballpark, Raising Cane's is ready to serve. Stop by their Fremont location on East 23rd Street for fresh chicken fingers and a meal the whole family can enjoy. Bottom of the third here in Fremont, Nebraska. It's 7:52 p.m. on a late Saturday night. It's the nightcap here. First game went in favor of the Sodbusters 8-3. And now the Moo are looking to get back in the win column. They now are at the bottom of the league at 2-5. The Sodbusters have leapfrogged them, now sit in 5th place at 2-4. But they can leapfrog them again here if the Moo are able to get a win here tonight.
And again, these teams don't seem that far off. You know, they're both at the bottom, but again, the Sodbusters had only played the Grand Island Fighting Cranes, who were the top team in the league coming into today. So maybe that's a little deflated for them.
Yeah, but it's a good team you want to face off against. That's some solid competition. So as of right now, they've seen the best of the best in 5 straight, and now they're looking to take on the Moo. They've already taken game 1 as Minor will look to keep this a 2-run affair. First pitch is in there for strike 1 as Connor Thompson comes into the box. He is 0 for 5 on the year with 3 strikeouts. He's looking to remedy that situation and finally put a ball into play. Did have 2 pop-ups as well, so not the hardest of contact, and he'll look to get a leadoff walk or hit for a Fremont side that is trailing by 2.
And we'll talk about Connor Thompson, I should say, as another one of the catchers on this team. There's just so many for Fremont. They have, you know, Leahy and Fucino and Thompson, and also Tucker Horner. Connor Thompson can't quite get to first there on the hit straight to second base, but Connor Thompson, you know, he played at Mid-America Christian University from Oklahoma, making the trip to Fremont. And this year, can't quite get on his first at-bat, but he's been good behind the plate, stopping a lot of pitches, scaring the base runners who are trying to steal a lot.
Good man to have as the backstop for this home team, as Ripken Fleck will come into the right-handed batter's box, and 0 for 1 struck out looking and wasn't thrilled with the strike 3 call last time he came to the plate. And looks at a fastball up and out, but it's in the zone. 0-1 for the leadoff man for Fremont.
And Fleck hadn't stricken out that many times going into this, but obviously didn't like the call last time, but we'll see if he can put bat to ball this go around.
And that is called as strike 2, another fastball on the outside corner. And again, Minor is starting ahead in the count.
That's exactly where you want to be against a batter like Ripken Fleck. He was hitting .318 coming to the day.
Here is the 0-2 offering, and this one is put into play. Takes one bounce into the glove of Coleman, and he makes a nice play on the run. A throw across the diamond is in time.
I mean, that was an absolutely beautiful throw there by Isaac Coleman. I mean, Fleck hit that ball. It popped up pretty high. Coleman kept his eye on it really well, reached out, made the effortless sidearm play, getting Fleck out just by a hair.
And now that brings up Malatesta. Was hit by a pitch in his first at bat in a 3-2 count. Has reached the base path 3 out of 5 times so far in these 2 games, and he takes ball 1 on the outside edge.
And we'll see if we see a little bit more of the same from Malatesta, where he stays in the count, gets a lot of foul balls, because, you know, he puts the bat to the ball, as we've discussed plenty of times in this one.
This one is fouled straight back.
It feels like he doesn't take real strikes. It's always just the only strikes he takes are foul balls.
Rarely does a ball get past him. Had 2 swing and misses in his past at bat, but was able to rally and get over to first base. 1-1 with 2 away and nobody aboard in the bottom of the third. This one is lined into center field. Going back on it is Chance Verton, but he's able to get there and for the 3rd out. And that'll go to the top of the 4th inning now. Still a 3-run affair in favor of the Sodbusters.
That was a very nice play by Chance Verton. He misjudged it a little bit, thought it was short, and then instead readjusted, went back, and got that ball deep in center, and now we see the sprinklers out in center. Everybody's going for a run out there.
Our patented sprinkler run here at Moeller Field. A couple of the players joining in as well. Nice to get a nice cool off here in the 85-degree weather. It's been in the 80s the entire day. Heating up here in Fremont, Nebraska in the summer, and we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Fremont Family YMCA. Just like the Moo are staying active on the field tonight, you can stay active all summer long at the Fremont Family YMCA. Stop by North Lincoln Avenue for fitness, swimming, youth programs, and more for the whole family. And we would also like to thank Visit Fremont and Dodge County. There's always something happening in Fremont and Dodge County. Whether you're searching for great food, community events, unique shops, or outdoor recreation, you'll find plenty to explore right here in the heart of Nebraska. And lastly, we would like to thank Buffalo Wild Wings. Fans, if you're not ready for the night to end after the final out, Buffalo Wild Wings has you covered. Grab a seat, order your favorite wings, and keep the sports action going at their Fremont location on East 23rd Street.
A lot of sports tonight. Second game for the Fremont Moo, and Stanley Cup Game 3 is on at the same time, but we don't want you to head over there. Well, you'll stay right here with the Fremont Moo.
Lots of good sport action going along. I don't know if anyone's an NBA fan, but the Knicks took Game 2 yesterday night against the Spurs, so a lot of action to watch on any part.
Great time to be a sports fan. Great time. You know, MLB play is in the heat of the moment. You know, we have Fremont Moo obviously going on. The NBA Finals, such a joy to watch. You know, two very good games so far, and the Stanley Cup Finals has also not been a slouch in that regard.
And in terms of baseball and softball, the Women's College World Series just ended. Texas defeated Texas Tech in 2 games, back-to-back championship winners for the Longhorns, and also the College World Series is beginning. It's super regionals right now, a lot of games being played today. And a 1-1 count for Griffin Baltell, who is 1-for-1 with a single. And the bottom of the order coming up for the Sodbusters. On deck is David Osana in the 9 spot. Nelson in his 4th inning of work. It's a changeup on the outside edge. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Nelson has responded very, very well. You know, obviously in the first, and he closed out last game in the 7th inning and allowed 0 runs, but he did put a lot of batters on base. Same thing happened through the 1st and 2nd innings, but he's still gotten away with a field.
And that is strike 3 and our first successful beer batter of the year. So beer is $3 here at Moeller Field for the rest of this inning, and that'll bring up the 9-hole hitter David Osana as Chase Nelson fans another batter for this Sodbuster side.
There's the first pitch. Ball a little bit high for Osana, who played last game in the 3-hole as the DH, and instead switches over to second for this game.
Second pitch is outside, so the count will move to 2-0. Was walked in his first plate appearance. 1 away and nobody aboard in the top of the 4th for Nelson. His delivery is just outside on a fastball that is in there for ball 3. This one is put into play, a slow ground ball over to third base for Easton Leahy. Rifles it over to first base and 2 away in the top of the 4th.
And Leahy put a lot of velo on that throw from third. I almost questioned whether he was going to make it there. It looked a little routine, a little slow, and then absolutely guns him out at first. And if he had been any slower, he probably doesn't get that out. So great play and awareness from Leahy, who's usually a catcher, but instead he's playing third today.
Yeah, good arm over there. Farthest distance it has to travel if you play as a third baseman, and that brings up the top of the order as that one misses below the knees for ball 1. AJ is still 1 for 2 tonight, 1 for 2 in the last game, and has been walked twice and also hit by a pitch. He's looking to extend this inning, which the Sodbusters have been able to do twice and able to get 3 runs out of it, but left 3 stranded in the top of the 2nd when they had the bases loaded.
And if I'm Chase Nelson, I'm really trying to avoid A.J. Still getting on base because he's just stolen base after base after base this season and tonight especially. I think you have to try to avoid this, and I would put more balls in the zone if I was him.
3 balls and no strikes. Osana decided to swing at a 3-0 pitch. Let's see if Still has the same idea. He does not, but the umpire brings him back into the batter's box, and it'll be a 3-1.
Still didn't quite agree with that one. You know, you can see he's taking his gloves off, but looks still cool, calm, and collected in the box.
This one is fouled straight back, and Nelson fights back. It's a full count.
And way to battle back here if you're Chase Nelson. It was almost over, but now he's in a full count with 2 away.
Nelson trying to go 1, 2, 3. Takes his time in his windup. Here's his payoff pitch, and just misses, and now Still will head over to first base, and a 2-out walk issued by Nelson.
It's a very, very close pitch. I mean, great discipline there by A.J. Still to take that one. I don't know if I would. I mean, personally, if I'm in the box, I'm swinging there, but a lot of great courage to sit there and take that one, and it pays off. And now he's on base, and we'll look out for him trying to steal.
Chance Verton will come up in the 2-hole spot, and you said it, he steals another hit-and-run call for Hastings. And Still over on second, Verton over on first, and that is a 2-out hit, the 4th of this night for the Sodbusters. And Jonathan Thornhill will come out for a mound visit, and he signals over to the bullpen that looks like the night will be over for Chase Nelson. 3 2/3 innings of work, and in total 4 2/3 innings of work. Allowed 3 base runners, and we'll get you the name of the new pitcher as Jonathan Thornhill makes a call to his pitching depth.
Got to be pleased with that start from Chase Nelson. Obviously, 3 earned in 3 innings, but still, I mean, the way he brought the Moo back into the game, had a lot of poise on the mound, and made sure they didn't get in too deep of a hole, especially when he brought batters on. Real good discipline from him, and we'll see if the next pitcher up will continue that trend.
Now pitching for the Fremont Moo, number 33, Thomas Fraley.
And this is number 33, Thomas Fraley for the Moo. Left-handed pitcher, and he'll face off against Matthew Scholes, the right-hander, when we remain, but he'll take his time on the mound and get warmed up with 2 aboard.
And Fraley's been very good so far this year. He only has allowed 2.45 earned through his 3.2 innings pitched. That's only 1 earned run if you're tracking that. He's also only allowed about less than half of a batter on base every single inning, and he hasn't struck anybody. He has 5 strikeouts in only those 3.2 innings. The kid from Emporia State who did not play in college this last season has done pretty well for the Moose so far, and we'll see if he can continue that trend here against the Sodbusters tonight.
Has a high strikeout rate, 5 strikeouts in 3 2/3. It's more than a strikeout each inning, and he'll look to punch out Scholes to end the threat. And on first is Chance Verton after his single moved over A.J. Still. Decent night from Nelson, who just couldn't seem to get out of the inning once he got to 2 outs. 3 out of the 4 innings he's been pitching, the Sodbusters have been able to put a lot aboard with some 2-out rallies, but he was able to quiet the bats, and a base is loaded, and now Fraley will look to end any danger and keep this a 2-run ball game for the Moo.
And Scholes is not an easy batter to do that against. He hadn't played that much heading into this game, but he did have a double with an RBI. Took 4 walks, and today already has a single, and despite the ground out earlier in his last appearance.
Lefty on righty matchup. Still on second. Verton on first. Force out at first, second, or third. Base runners go. Here's the throw down to second. Thompson's throw is not in time. And some more aggressive base running is successful steals for Hastings. Now 2 runners in scoring position.
That's Chance Burton's first successful steal of the season. He'd been caught twice heading into this one, but Connor Thompson couldn't quite get him down. His throw was on the money, but not quite in place. Or not quite on time.
This one is fouled off. 0-2 for Fraley.
I mean, that ball jumped off the bat. A lot of contact, or a lot of velocity on that one. Just a little bit late, a little bit behind it. And instead of a good hit, it'll be a strike.
Fraley's fastball gets away from him, and it's 1-2.
Put that one way outside, but he's okay giving that one up. You know, want him to chase something, reach on something, especially ahead 0-2.
Hastings looking for their 5th hit. A base knock would bring 2 home. This is a slow ground ball to the right side of the infield. Couchounet steps on the bag. Seemed like he couldn't decide what he wanted to do, either flip it over to Fraley or put his foot on the bag. He ends up deciding the latter. And that is a slow ground ball to the right side of the infield to end the threat. Hastings will strand 2 base runners, and we'll go to the bottom of the 4th inning.
I mean, way to get out of that if you're Thomas Fraley. Obviously not the most easy spot with runners on first and second, but he did have 2 outs behind him thanks to Chase Nelson. Again, he gets an easy ground out, nothing that Scholes can put too much contact on. Couchounet didn't field it cleanly, but well enough to still get the out and save the move from a run from third.
So we will head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Fremont still trails 3-1, and we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. I'd like to thank Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC. Just like a ball field needs a grounds crew to keep it in top shape, your property needs the right team too. Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC provides lawn care, tree services, and snow removal throughout Fremont and the surrounding area. Give them a call at 402-720-5944. And we would also like to thank S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse. Just as a good defense keeps the field clean, S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse helps keep our community clean. From recycling and trash collection to roll-off dumpsters, they're proud to serve Fremont and the surrounding area. And lastly, we would like to thank Tommy's Express Car Wash. Fans, if your vehicle has picked up a few more hits than you'd like lately, stop by Tommy's Express Car Wash. Their quick, high-quality washes and free vacuums will have your ride looking like it just came off the showroom floor. And as Joshua Magnaye airmails the throw down to second base, we'll begin the bottom of the 4th with Burke Yassa, the 3-hole hitter, up in the left-handed batter's box.
And
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, Alex Miner has been such a quality starter for the Sodbusters today. Only allowed 1 run, only allowed 2 hits, but he's been getting through batter after batter, and he's only up through the order the 2nd time in the 4th inning. Not bad at all.
Solid night on the mound for Miner, and his fastball misses away. It's 1-0 for Yassa.
Just a little bit outside on that one. I don't hate that pitch at all. Yassa could have totally chased that one, and it was pretty close to being in the zone.
Yassa lays off another fastball upstairs, and it's 2-0.
That one was a little bit higher. Probably could have placed that one a little better, but, you know, trust the kid.
Hitters count for the 3-hole main. And another pitch about in the same spot. 3 balls, no strikes.
I'm wondering if he's trying to avoid Yassa here. I mean, Yassa hasn't done that much. He hit into a double play his last at-bat, and only has 4 hits on the season, but still, I mean, I got to trust the coach of the Sodbusters.
That pitch does get in there, just at his belt buckle. It's 3 balls, 1 strike.
Good take there from Yassa. You don't need to chase anything up 3-0.
Grounded into a double play in his first at-bat. That pitch misses outside, and a 5-pitch free base pass for the leadoff man of this inning will bring up Easton Leahy, who had a double that hit the top of the left field fence in his first at-bat. Can he do so again, this time with just a little more power? If so, this ball game would be tied. He is the tying base runner at the plate. Fresh count for the cleanup hitter. First pitch he sees, he lays off for strike 1.
Leahy's not quite satisfied with that one. A little bit aggravated that he took that one, but it's okay. Plenty of pitches. At-bats are long. Got to take your time. Stay calm and collected.
The 0-1 is swung on and fouled out of play down the first base line. No balls, 2 strikes.
Good aggression there from Leahy. Obviously down 0-1, but still puts a ball out there, gets contact on it, and if he's just a little bit earlier on that one, we might be talking about that like we talked about his ball earlier.
Yasa still over on first with nobody away. Leahy will swing on this one. It's a chopper over to the left side of the infield. Coleman spinning, and his throw is off target. And Leahy will get aboard with an infield single. He heads over to second base, and it moves over the base runner. Now 2 in scoring position, and a good spot to hit in for Jacob Couchene.
You got to think Isaac Coleman was being a little bit too fancy on that one. I think that AJ still could have gotten to that one, fielded it cleanly, and put it away. But instead, Coleman gets a little fancy, does a little loop-de-loop spin around you, and didn't end up paying off. Instead of a first base single or even what could have been a fielder or a ground out, instead runners on second and third with 0 away. Not ideal.
And no force out at any base. And a mound visit for Hastings. Their head coach Victor Rojas right now is calling games in Lawrence in the Super Regionals between Kansas and Oklahoma. So their assistant coach is taking over duties today. And Alex Miner has nobody away and 2 base runners aboard. Yasa over on third and Leahy over on second. After what might have been an error, but I'll call it an infield single for Leahy. It would have been a tough play for Coleman. And now Jacob Couchene comes up to the plate, struck out looking in his first at bat. And first baseman is in, and Coleman is also a little bit in. I don't know if they want to come home if this is a hard hit ground ball to either side of the infield. Couchene will swing and miss at the first pitch, and it's 0-1 for the 5-hole hitter.
And Couchene is a very big power hitter. He swings for the fences a lot, and that's why he's stricken out 5 times in only 7 at-bats.
Not a great ratio there, but he'll look to change things, and another swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes.
You can tell Miner's he knows Couchene. He knows that he's going to want to chase, want to swing, and that's why now he's ahead 0-2.
Probably going to use an off-speed pitch here to get off the timing of Couchene. Here's his 0-2. That one is at eye level. First ball in the count.
Miner was pretty annoyed about his placement there. He thought he could have gunned him out there. Instead, they'll just be 1-2.
A ball put in play would most likely plate a runner and bring this game to within run. This one is fouled sharply down the third base line. It'll remain 1-2.
Way to stay alive if you're Couchene there. Got to keep this at bat alive. You know, obviously this was none away yet, but him putting at least 1 runner in would be very valuable here if you're the Moo.
Here is the 1-2 delivery. It's in the zone and tipped off the bat of Couchene, just past the glove of Magnaye, and he remains in the box for the 5th pitch.
He just barely got a piece of that one. I mean, so close to being a strikeout, but instead, he stays alive. Love to see another day.
Another 1-2 is shot up high into left field. It's going back, but at the warning track is Griffin Baltzell, and Burke Yasa tags up. No problem heading 90 feet over to home plate. And the Moo are within striking distance again. It's 3-2 now, and the sacrifice fly from Couchene will bring home the second base runner for Fremont.
I really thought that wasn't going to be a pop out. That ball was crushed. The sound we heard in the batter's box, I thought for sure that was gone, but instead Baltzell stays with it, stays on the warning track, and makes a play.
Wyatt Throckmorton will now come to the plate in the 6-hole spot. He's 1 for 1 with a single. Now has 2 hits on the year, batting just above 200, and it's a 1-0 count. Righty on lefty matchup with Leahy stuck on second still. The 1-0 is high, and now a hitter's count for Throckmorton.
Throckmorton's got to stay in this one. Got to stay in this one, and so does Alex Meitner at the plate or at the bump. He's got to stay in this one. Stay confident. I know he's just given up a run and a lot of good contact from Kouchner, but he's got to stay confident if he wants to continue this.
Throckmorton takes a half swing, doesn't fully commit, and now it's 2-1.
And Throckmorton hit a very valuable single in his first appearance. Now we're seeing if he can replicate some of the same.
Two-1 is cracked into right center field. Jonathan Thornhill waving around Easton Leahy. The throw from Chance Burton comes to the relay man at second base. And it's a tie ball game here at Moeller Field. An RBI single from Wyatt Throckmorton ties thing up at 3 apiece.
I mean, just like I said, we'll see if he replicates it, and he did. The ball is put perfectly in between the right and center fielder. Right to slide into first, and that brings Leahy in from second.
Now that brings up the 7-hole man, Liam Sullivan. 0 for 1, grounded into a fielder's choice, and the first pitch is foul tipped right behind the umpire. 0-1 count with 1 away and 1 aboard.
And that ball was a little bit inside, and Liam Sullivan, you could tell he couldn't quite decide if he wanted to commit to swinging at that one. He ended up doing it late and didn't get the result he wanted. Probably could have taken that one for ball 1.
Throckmorton over on first. The Moo trying to take their first lead of the game. Had an early 2-0 lead in the first game of tonight, but since then they have not been ahead of this Hastings team. The visiting squad took game 1 8-3. Fremont has already matched their total from the previous game at 3, and looking to add more. It's now 0-2 for Sullivan.
This game's kind of following a reverse of the last game. Obviously, Fremont got off to an early lead in that one, but the Sodbusters came in and ended up pulling away. Now it's kind of following the opposite trend in this one for the Moo.
Too far inside for ball 1. Miner has done a good job to stay ahead in a lot of these at-bats. Has only given up 1 walk and has 2 strikeouts. Trying to add another one to his tally. 1-2 count is 2-2 now. And behind home plate, Magnaye blocks that one with his chest plate, keeps it in front of him, and keeps the base runner on first. Both teams have 4 hits and 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th. The Moo looking to put a few more on the board. This one is put into play. It's a line drive, took a bounce in the infield dirt. And another runner in scoring position for Fremont as that single moves over Leahy. And now and Throckmorton will be on first and second.
I see what you did there. It moves them over to first and second. Really good start from the Moo. Obviously, 2 singles back-to-back at-bats that have been placed in really elite areas just in between the gaps, and that's kind of how you build things up. You don't need to slug every pitch. You don't need a double or triple or a home run every single time out there. The consistent singles and consistency in general is what wins games, and that's what the Moo have succeeded in this inning.
A good chunk of their runs against the Sliders came home because they drew a lot of walks, but not many from the Hastings pitching staff, so they've had to put the ball in play, and this one is fouled softly back toward the Sodbusters dugout. So it's 0-1 for Eamon O'Gorman with 2 aboard. He's 0 for 1 on the night with a ground out.
And O'Gorman was a little bit fooled by the breaking ball there. He thought it was coming in, put good contact on it, but instead it moved a little bit away, and that's what ended up resulting in the foul.
And a chance for a double play again for Hastings if this one is a hard ground ball to any part of the infield. It can end the threat. Minor has been solid, and now the Moo have a dent created here in the bottom of the fourth, trying to bring home more. Here's the 1-1. This is fouled the opposite way, and now it's 1-2.
And O'Gorman's really good at getting himself behind in counts. He's striking out 6 times this year, but he can still battle back, stay confident. That's what's resulted in a lot of success for both teams in this one.
Another 2-pitch count for Minor, looking for his second fan of the game. Here's the 1-2. A breaking ball misses outside, and it's even at 2-2.
Great take there from O'Gorman. I just talked about how he gets behind a lot and strikes out a lot. Well, proving me wrong there by taking that pitch. Really well done.
Throckmorton on second, Sullivan on first. Back-to-back singles, trying to make it 3 consecutive. This one is fouled back, and 6th pitch of the at-bat coming up with the bottom of the order, Connor Thompson in the on-deck circle.
Way to stay alive in that one. Just gotta keep chugging. And the Moo do only have 1 out, so there's a lot of potential with runners on first and second, and O'Gorman up at the plate.
Force out at first, second, or third. Another 2-2 is inside. O'Gorman gets out of the way, and it's a full count.
And O'Gorman did have, have hit by pitches in the last game and has had plenty on the season so far, but decides to duck out of the way of that one, get himself into a full count. Not bad.
A ball would load the bases. A strikeout would put 2 away. The payoff pitch is put in play, a slow grounder to the left side of the infield, flipped underhanded over to second base. And the 6-4-3 attempted double play is negated as O'Gorman grounds into a fielder's choice. It'll put base runners on the corners, but another out was put on the board, and Connor Thompson will come to the plate.
And O'Gorman was pretty unsatisfied with that one. After he got on base, he threw his stuff in frustration after, hitting into a fielder's choice. Not ideal, but, at least advance a runner with Connor Thompson now at the plate.
Throckmorton is over at third, and O'Gorman over on first. Thompson 0 for 6 on the year, 3 strikeouts. Looking to break open his bat and give Fremont a lead. That pitch misses outside, and now it's 1-1.
Thompson struggled so far in the year. He's had 5 plate appearances and has gotten on base absolutely 0 times. But he has a chance here.
Arrived just about a week ago, and now 1 ball, 2 strikes for the backstop for the Moo.
In that Mid-America Christian University, Thompson did appear in 8 games this last season. He's getting on he's averaging about 323, but for the Moo that hasn't translated as well.
That one is left high, and now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Force out at second or first. The infield has been pretty solid for the Sodbusters. Been able to clean any ground balls pretty fairly. Minor trying to get out of a jam, and that one bounces in the dirt for ball 3.
Good take there by Thompson. We'll see if he can make his first appearance on a bag this year. But with full count, 2 away, runners on, a high-pressure scenario, especially tie ball game.
Here is the pitch off from Minor. O'Gorman taking second base. He'll have to head back as that one was fouled off the top of Thompson's bat. He'll remain in the box and keep this inning extended.
That'd be O'Gorman's second stolen base of the year. He's 100%, 1 for 1. But since that was fouled away, you didn't get the opportunity.
7th pitch of the at-bat for the 9-hole batter. Thompson waving his bat in the batter's box. O'Gorman goes again and is going to be able to just walk over there. He'll be moved over, and Thompson will get on base for the first time this year. He has walked with 2 outs, 3 men aboard, all ducks on the pond for Fremont. And that brings up the leadoff man, Ripken Fleck, who's 0 for 2 and 1 of 6 tonight. Singled in his first at-bat, and since then has been muffled a little bit.
See, I don't care that he's struggling. I would really not want to be in this spot if I'm a Sodbuster. Bases loaded. I get they have 2 away, but still, this inning's been a long one for the Sodbusters, and now they have the leadoff man, Ripken Fleck, who's done pretty well this season. Maybe not tonight, but he's coming into the day, he was hitting .318. Not an ideal spot.
The first pitch he sees, he puts into play, and it's into the glove of Isaac Coleman. And he just simply steps on the third base bag. And the second straight ground out for Ripken Fleck ends a big pickle for Alex Miner. He'll head back toward the dugout, just getting 2 to the plate. But it's a tie ball game with 3 innings left here at Moeller Field in Fremont, Nebraska. We'll go to the top of the 5th inning, knotted at 3 apiece.
And I guess I don't know what I'm talking about, because said it's not an ideal spot, and he works it out on the first pitch. I mean, great play by Coleman, way to field it clean, and just got to take the little wins. I know they didn't want to give up 2 runs in that inning, but instead just getting out of it, staying safe. All the runners were on. It's still not a bad spot, and they can do damage with the bats. They've done that all day.
And as the Moo strand 3 base runners, would like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. First, we'd like to thank Keel's Barbershop. Just like a ball player likes to look sharp on game day, you can keep your look in top form with a visit to Keel's Barbershop. Serving Fremont since 1974, they're bringing classic barbering and friendly service to every customer who walks through the door. And next, we'd like to thank Nebraska Lottery. Feeling lucky tonight? The Nebraska Lottery offers Nebraskans the chance to win exciting prizes while helping support important programs and initiatives across the state. Whether you're picking up a scratch ticket or trying your luck with your favorite draw game, every ticket purchased helps make a difference right here in Nebraska. Must be 19 years of age or older to play. And lastly, we would like to thank Methodist Fremont Health. When it comes to caring for the Fremont community, Methodist Fremont Health is here 24/7 with trusted doctors, nurses, and health care services for patients and families across Dodge County. Compassionate care, close to home, Methodist Fremont Health. And it's a bit of a tighter game here as we head to the top of the 5th inning. It is a tied ball game at 3 apiece. Fremont has 5 hits and 1 error, and the Sodbusters have 4 hits and have kept that air sheet clean, as Thomas Fraley will continue his 1/3 innings of work, and he'll face off against number 26, Jack Riley, who was 0 for 1, was hit by a pitch in his first appearance, and then struck out swinging the last time he came into the right-handed batter's box. And the first pitch from Fraley is sky high. Fleck is there, calls everybody off, and pitches a tent for out number 1.
That ball is popped up very, very high. I mean, just a little bit too much under that one, and it ends up being a pop out straight to the shortstop and Ripken Fleck.
And here is Isaac Coleman. Polarized at his 2 spots at the plate, 3-run home run, and then struck out swinging. So opposites there as Fraley puts in strike 1.
He's been a pretty polarizing player all year, You see he makes great plays, and sometimes he has errors, and also, he strikes out a lot, just about more than any other batter on this team. But, again, he still has that power where he'll drive in home runs, and just a big player for this team, Got to have it, take the wins with the losses.
He's driven in near half of the RBIs for this Sodbusters side. 5 of their 11 runs have come off of his bat. And it's a 2-1 count for the 5-hole hitter. Takes strike 2 on the outside corner, and Fraley looking for his first K of the night.
And that's good ball placement there by Fraley. He's not putting it where Coleman can get it in play and staying alive.
The 2-2 is fouled in on the hands of Coleman. The count will remain the same, and 6th pitch of the at-bat coming up.
Again, you gotta commend Fraley for not giving Coleman anything he can lay it off into the outfield, and tack on another run with.
2-2 just misses outside, and it's a full count for Coleman.
Again, you can just see how much effect Coleman has in the batter's box. Fraley not wanting to get anywhere near him.
3-2 ends in a swing and a miss. And the first K from Thomas Fraley, as he, Richie, is his first full inning of work, and so far has sit down his first 3 batters.
Absolute perfection in that at bat, you know. Didn't get flustered when he gave up a few balls. He just strikes out a batter, and that's got to work his way through that game if he wants to continue to succeed.
Carter Guyton will now come to the plate, and he's 0 for 2. Flew out and then reached on an air in his last plate appearance. Lefty on lefty matchup. And another strike into the zone. It's 0-2.
Getting a little too conservative. Just watch 2 strikes go by him, and now he's in the down 0-2 with 2 away. Not ideal.
0-2 turns into 1-2. That fastball misses on the outside edge. And Fraley will try to get his second straight strikeout.
Fraley's not flustered by the ball there, especially up 1-2.
That one drops into the zone. Fraley was heading off the mound, and it's a delayed strike 3 call. It's a 1-2-3 inning for Thomas Fraley, and he strikes out 2 batters, 1 swinging, 1 looking. Some nice work from the relief pitcher from the Fremont pitching staff. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th and a tie ball game at 3.
Absolutely great work by Thomas Fraley. You just said everything I can say. Not much better you can do at all. Just perfect way to get batters out. Way to get batters out, you know, got to keep striking them out. It's really just so, you know, it's just so helpful to a defense. You know, you just sit there and you're like, I don't even have to do any work because I'm behind my pitcher and he's working them through.
Yeah, it's nice when you can just sit back and relax, whether you're in the infield and the outfield, pick some daisies or start daydreaming. So nice work from Thomas Fraley. And as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning, we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. First, we'd like to thank Subway, home of the legendary footlong, stacked with all your favorite toppings and made fresh right in front of you. Next time hunger steps up to the plate, head to Subway, located at 549 East 23rd Street, and knock it out of the park. Subway, eat fresh. And next, we'd like to thank Raising Cane's. Tonight's game is brought to you by Raising Cane's, serving hot chicken fingers, fresh Texas toast, and quality meals made fresh every day. Stop by their Fremont location on East 23rd Street and grab a meal after the game. And lastly, we would like to thank Fremont Family YMCA. Looking to stay active this summer? Visit the Fremont Family YMCA on North Lincoln Avenue, offering fitness, youth programs, swimming, and more for the whole family. Bottom of the 3rd coming up. Alex Miner beginning his 5th inning of work on the rubber tonight. Unless that's a new pitcher, but it looks like the same. Still the same, that is Alex Miner. He'll face off against a new batter for the Moo. And I believe we're substituting in... No, we're not. That is Dominic Palma. I thought he was coming up to the plate. He is just the first base coach for the Moo. But coming up to the plate, looks like number 12, Giovanni Malatesta.
Now batting, center fielder, number 12, Gio Malatesta.
So Malatesta will come back up to the plate for the 3rd time tonight. 0 for 1 with a flyout and was also hit by a pitch. Fresh count, and he fouls off the first pitch he sees into the parking lot.
I wonder what the percentage of pitches that Malatesta faces that are foul balls, because it seems like it's at least 50%. Foul ball, and then, you know, he'll take a ball, or, you know, he'll look by one, or get caught swinging at a breaking ball or something. But it's just foul ball after foul ball when you're watching him.
This one is lined straight back up the middle over the second base bag. And Malatesta gets on with a leadoff single. He is the leading base runner over on first. As the top of the lineup coming up for the Moo, this is 3-hole hitter Burke Yasa.
I think when you look up the word consistency in the dictionary, you get a picture of Giovanni Malatesta, because he's been so consistent this year. Just gets on base and makes good contact, and he'll take walks. Just you know what you're getting when you have him on your team.
Nice to have him in the 2-hole spot as Yasa comes back up to the plate. 0 for 1, grounded into a double play and was also walked in his last at bat. Has 6 hits on the year, batting just above 300. Swings at that pitch, and now it's 1-1 in the count.
Just a little early on that one. Drives it to his left, but good contact. Had it on the line. You hear it from the broadcast booth, but it's a little early. You'll take that.
1-1 for Yasa. That one misses out and upstairs. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Good take there from Yasa. Yasa's had a strikeout problem this year, but taking those walks, he walked in his last at-bat. He's hoping he can get on base again.
He has Malatesta over on first, and a swing and a miss from Yasa makes this an even count at 2-2.
That ball was just blown by him. There's no other way to put it. Great work by Alex Minor. I mean, Yasa was on it, but just not quick enough to match that velocity. Especially coming in the 5th inning, he's still putting a velo like that. Got to commend it.
Here's the 2-2, and this one is fouled off. The bottom of Yasa's bat will stay in the box. Cleanup hitter Easton Leahy coming back up to the plate. That's a man you don't want to see if you're Minor. Leahy is 2 for 2 on the night, a double and a single. If he can get a triple, he's a 3/4 of the way there for hitting a cycle. Here's another 2-2. Yasa puts this one in play. Double play opportunity as that one is 6-4-3 no. Second base umpire says first baseman Matthew Scholes was too far off the bag as he tried to keep his outstretched leg on the bag, wasn't able to, so Yasa nearly grounds into another double play. Instead, he grounds into a fielder's choice, and he'll switch places with Malatesta.
And coming into the day, the Sodbusters were at a league low in double plays. They've done pretty well in that regard today, though, but now we have a play like that where he could have easily been a double play, and there was another one earlier, also could have easily been a double play, but instead, just one, and now you have to face at least Easton Leahy and Jacob Koshne, who, I just rather avoid at least one of them.
Yeah, Leahy 2 of 2 tonight, and the umpires conferred, and they agreed that the runner was safe. Yasa over on first, as Malatesta was forced out on second, and the first pitch Leahy sees is too high for ball 1.
Good eye there by Leahy. We'll see if he can continue this hot game. Last game he struggled 0-4, but 2-2 in this one, doing well.
Has to hit the deck there as that one nearly hit him in the dome. 2 balls, no strikes for Leahy.
I think Minor's a little flustered now. Put that one on Leahy. I'm surprised he got under that quickly because that ball looked like it was coming straight for him.
We've seen 2 batters being hit in the helmet, both of them for the Hastings Sodbusters. This one is cracked high into left field. He got all of that one. He sees that one into the parking lot. And that's a 2-run bomb to give Fremont a lead 5-3. He'll round the bases as Yasa comes home. And he'll get a high five from Jonathan Thornhill. Leahy now just a triple away from hitting a cycle.
You said get a triple to be 3/4 of the way of the cycle. Why not hit a home run? Why not just touch all 4?
Why not?
Absolutely blasted that ball. There's no other way to put it. You felt it. You heard it come off the bat. He didn't even start running. Oh my gosh, that ball was destroyed. I don't even know how far that went. Felt like it was 450.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Well, who knows? But looks like that left field fence is still 290, but looks like this will be the end of Alex Minor's night. There was a few pitchers warming up in the bullpen, and Minor frustrated as he throws his glove into the Sodbusters dugout. He really did not want to give up that 2-run shot, had a solid night of pitching. Just gives up a bomb and a fastball that was left in the middle, and Leahy says, no problem, I'll put that out of here. And we'll get you the name of the new pitcher for Hastings, but after 4 1/3 innings of work, Minor will head back to the dugout.
Spencer Schmidt.
And that's not ideal at all for for the Sodbusters. I mean, it's only a 7-run game since it's a 7-inning game since it's a doubleheader, and you're tied 3-3, and you start up off 3-0. But in the 5th, now you go down 5-3. Not ideal at all. And they put themselves in a rough spot. Now they have to work from behind on the road.
Yeah, not a spot you want to be in if you're the Sodbusters. You've already taken game 1. The Moo are looking to even the series, and tomorrow night's game, pending whether the weather cooperates with us, will still be here at Moeller Field. Planned to be at 7:05, but looking at the forecast, looks like a 50% chance of rain and a good chunk of the day. So this is a dirt and grass field. We had to call off Friday night's game. That's why we have 2 7-inning games tonight and a doubleheader. And in the nightcap, the Moo finally take their first lead in this game, 5-3 after the 2-run shot from Leahy. And Spencer Schmidt will be on the mound, a right-handed pitcher for the Sodbusters. And he'll face off against Jacob Couchene, who's 0 for 1, struck out looking, and then had a sacrifice fly to bring home a runner.
And Spencer Schmidt has been very solid in his career at the College of St. Scholastica. 7.1 innings pitched, but it's a 6.14 ERA. But in 2024, that was even better at 2.54. Now this season, he's only pitched 1 inning, faced 3 batters, got them all out.
Last time he came up, it was 1-2-3. Only has to get out 2 batters in this inning. And a second pitch foul ball makes this count even at 1 apiece. Bases are cleared. The Moo looking for more. Trying to milk more runs to the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Good ball placement there. Drops just right into the top of the zone. And, you know, Couchene really wanted to take that one, and he did. And instead it turns out into a strike.
Third foul ball from Couchene. Count remains 1-2. Bottom half of the order coming up for Fremont. Wyatt Throckmorton on deck. He's also 2 for 2. 2 singles, one of them an RBI. That one is too far inside. 2-2 now for the 5-hole man for Fremont.
Great take there by Couchene. You know, again, he's another person who struggled with taking a lot of strikeouts this year, but he has walked a few times. Hope to replicate. You know, just touching a bag yet again.
And a full count in Spencer Schmidt's first batter he faces. Couchene looking to get aboard and extend this inning where Fremont already has 2 to the plate. Here's the payoff. Inside on the hands, and he fouls that one into the netting.
Again, staying alive. That's been a consistent piece of the winning team, or the team that is leading in the game so far. The Sodbusters did a lot of that in the first game, and now the Moo have done that a lot in this one.
That one hits the zone. Couchene is rung up for the second time tonight, both of them looking, and with 2 away, that brings up Wyatt Throckmorton. Like I said, 2 for 2, one of them an RBI single. He'll come into the left-handed batter's box and face off against a right-handed pitcher and try to get Fremont's 8th base knock of the night.
Definitely looking forward to that. Another at-bat from Throckmorton, 2 for 2 in this one. And, he didn't play in the first game today, but, again, just another batter in this game that has been very, very successful, just like Easton Leahy has.
He'll look to go 3-3. The 0-1 is put into play, a slow ground ball to the right side of the infield, and that's going to be an error by David Osana. I think he brought his head up too early. He was thinking ahead and just wasn't able to get that ball into his glove cleanly. And that's going to be a 2-out error, and the first of the night for the Sodbusters.
You can't make those mistakes here late in the game for the Sodbusters. You're already down 2 with only 2 innings left. You can't let batters on for nothing.
So a 2-out error committed by Osana will keep this inning going for Fremont. And the 7-hole hitter Liam Sullivan will come up to the plate. He's 1 for 2, grounded into a fielder's choice, and also singled in his last appearance. Another righty on lefty matchup. Here's his 1-1 offering. It's in the zone for strike 2. Schmidt looking to end this inning with 2 Ks. This one is lined and over the outstretched glove of A.J. Estill. And nice base running there from Throckmorton, who knew there was 2 outs, and anytime you hear the crack of the bat, you should be running with 2 outs. Gets all the way over to third, and now base runners are at the corners for Fremont. And Schmidt, after striking out his first batter, didn't get help from his middle infield and now in some trouble. That base runner over on first will not be his responsibility. As now Eamon O'Gorman will come to the plate after Sullivan moves the base runner over, another single for him. Back-to-back singles for the 7-hole hitter brings up 8-hole, who's 0 for 2, a ground out and a fielder's choice. And a first strike in there to O'Gorman, who shakes his head.
Didn't quite like the take on that one, obviously. He was a little unsatisfied, or I guess the call on that one from the ump. But still just got to stay in, not get too flustered in the box.
Throckmorton over on third, Sullivan over on first. And that one in the same location is in there for strike 2.
You know, Gorman's got to find something to do with that pitch. Schmidt might put it right there again because, I mean, that's a good spot. It's right in the inside corner. It's really hard to hit the ball there, but it's just a great, like, again, a great spot.
Here's the 0-2. O'Gorman lines this one into right field, and he's going to bring home Throckmorton, and he's going to switch places with Liam Sullivan, and a bottom 5th inning 3-run tally for Fremont, and they're looking to put more on.
The Moo have just moved through this inning. I mean, just absolutely, you just can't commend them enough with the effort that they've put in today. I mean, this inning could have been over had Wyatt Throckmorton gotten out on that ball that was mishandled. Instead, they get a run out of it, and now they have a runner on first and third again.
You know, Osana has to be regretting that blunder there at second base. And that brings up Connor Thompson. Still hasn't gotten a base hit this season.
You know what the NA checkman needs. I think she just sent a text to you.
So 0-1 count to Thompson, who's 0 for 1 with a walk, and now an 0-2 count after that fastball caught the outer edge. Sullivan over on third base, O'Gorman over on first, and Thompson at the plate. Base runner goes. Here's the throw down to second. It's not in time, and maybe a poor decision by Joshua Magnaye as that ball skips past the glove of David Osana. And Sullivan will come home 90 feet. The base runner steals successfully. O'Gorman now over on second base. And another run for the Moo. A 4-run bottom of the 5th has them up 7-3.
Does anyone want to tell Eamon O'Gorman that when you steal a base, that doesn't mean you get to pick it up and take it for yourself? It's not actually stealing the base. You're just taking your place there. There's be a little bit of difficulty there with the base coming off the bag. But still a successful stolen base and a successful, way to get in from home for Liam Sullivan.
And now coming to the... Oh, no. Thompson is still at the plate as we take a little bit of time here to adjust the bag. O'Gorman looked like he might have gotten it out of its post there in the middle of the infield, and some help from one of his teammates, and Thompson has a 1-2 count, 2 away, and Schmidt trying to get out of the inning and just leave 4 on the board. Moo trying to make it 5, and that one misses inside on his hands. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Good take there by Thompson. Down 1-2 in this count, but he will stay alive, and you just got to stay consistent. That's been the whole theme of this inning, and it's paid off well.
The 2-2 is swung on, and Thompson goes down again swinging. His 4th strikeout of the year, and we'll go to the top of the 6th inning. 2 more frames to go here at Moeller Field. But Fremont has a 7-3 advantage as we head to the top of the 6th.
I mean, that breaking ball there was absolutely disgusting by Spencer Schmidt. I mean, Connor Thompson had no idea what he wanted to do with that one. He looked like he's out here playing musical chairs like these kids are out on the third base line.
will take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We would like to visit Fremont and Dodge County. Planning your next Fremont adventure, visit Fremont and Dodge County. Has everything from local events and dining to outdoor fun and family attractions in the heart of Nebraska. And also, we'd like to thank Buffalo Wild Wings. Catch every big play at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fremont, serving up wings, burgers, cold drinks, and non-stop sports action all week long. Stop by on East 23rd Street and make game day your favorite day of the week. And lastly, we would like to thank Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC. Need your lawn game looking ready? Indra Mowing and Tree Care LLC provides landscaping, tree care, and snow removal services across Fremont and the surrounding area. Give them a call at 402-720-5944 and let the pros handle the hard work. And we will head to the top of the 6th inning. Your Fremont Moo are ahead 7-3, 9 hits, 1 error, and they've taken control of this ball game after getting down early in a 3-0 deficit. Fraley will start his 2nd inning of work, 1 1-3 in the books for the left-handed pitcher and the southpaw. Fremont defense will come back onto the field, and the throwdown from Thompson is right down there.
I think this game has been basically just the exact opposite of last game. Everything that happened in the first one, the Moo got off to an early lead. They played well to start. And then the Sodbusters came out after that and responded very well. Well, the Moo have done the exact same thing to the Sodbusters in this one.
Who's number 1?
For the Sodbusters?
Yeah.
That is Brevin Matthews.
Pinch hitting for the Sodbusters.
And Brevin Matthews will come into the plate, pinch hitting in for Joshrin Magnaye. That one too far inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah, of course.
That one in there for strike 2.
And the Sodbusters coaching staff's a little bit more confident in Matthews after what he did last game starting at catcher and replaces Magnaye, who struggled from behind the plate.
This one is fouled straight back. Bottom of the lineup coming up for the Sodbusters. Up next is Griffin Baltzel. 1 for 1 with a single and a strikeout. So far, this one is outside and 2-2.
That ball was just placed really low. If you want to get him to chase one, you got to at least make it a little bit believable. It's way outside and way low. You can't have both of those.
The 2-2 from Fraley is fouled straight back again into the netting. And the Sodbusters looking for a leadoff hit or walk down in a 4-run hole. This one is cracked into center field. Malatesta gets there in time for the first out.
I talked about Giovanni Malatesta being consistency, and that just doesn't only apply to behind the plate. He also just is so consistent in center field. He's made so many just effortlessly running catches that aren't as easy as he makes them look. Just he ran that one down, and he's run so fast, and it looks like he's jogging, but he's still just moving so quickly, going down the line, and makes a play there.
That brings up Griffin Baltzel. 1-0 is the count to the 8-hole hitter. 3 hits on the year. Lefty on lefty matchup. 1 away and nobody aboard in the top of the 6th inning. That one takes a bounce in the dirt. And a 2-0 count for Baltzel.
Good eye here for Baltzel. Starting off pretty well, So far this year, he hasn't taken a walk, he's taken 1 walk, but this one, his eye has proven a little bit better.
Baltzel, 3-0 is the count. 3 straight balls from Fraley. This delivery to home plate is inside the zone, 3-1.
Ball's very, very well placed, and also very well framed by Connor Thompson behind the plate. Got that one right in the zone.
And the skies are darkening here. Blue and purple hues on that horizon. It has dropped from 90 degrees now to about 80 degrees, cooling off here in Fremont, Nebraska. Nearing 9 o'clock Here's the payoff pitch, and takes a bounce before the plate. And Baltzell will take his walk over to first, a one-out free base pass. And that brings up the bottom of the order in David Osana.
Not an ideal at-bat, there if you were Fraley from behind or on the mound. But, again, it's something you have to live with, and you still have a 4-run cushion. You have plenty of time. There's only 2 more innings left. Just stay confident. I assume that's what Connor Thompson's telling him right now.
Thompson will come out and have a conversation with his relief pitcher. Fraley now 1 2/3 innings of work, coming in to relieve Chase Nelson. And the umpire will have to come out again and break up this conversation. Osana will wait for his first pitch. He has his teammate Baltzell over on first. And right now the Moo do not want to put any base runners on the base path. They want to control and possibly bring a few more insurance runs. That little conversation has concluded. And Osana will take ball 1 in the dirt. It gets past Thompson, and a runner is in scoring position as that one squirts between his legs.
Again, you just got to stay composed if you're the Moo here. I know it's not ideal giving up somebody to the second base now on the base on balls, but again, still not ideal, but you got to stay with it.
Osana with a 1-0 count. This one is put far into right field, and letting it bounce was Liam Sullivan, and I think he might have wanted the batter to not move over from second to third. I thought he had a beat on that, but it falls out of play.
Yeah, I'm just about as confused as you are. I mean, he looked like he was right there, but whatever. I guess we'll stay along. 1-1 count. One away. He can probably trust his pitcher to get through this guy, and whoever comes up next, he'll be fine.
Base runner stays on second. That pitch is too low, just below the knees. 1-1 count still. As Baltzell stands on second. That one catches the outside edge. And now Osana has to choke up on his bat and possibly put one past the infield, trying to bring a runner home and make this a 3-run deficit. This one is put into play to the right side of the infield. O'Gorman is there after it took one hop off the dirt into his glove, flips it over to first base, and it moves over the base runner, but 2 are away here. And now the leadoff man, A.J. Estelle, will come into the left-handed batter's box. Another lefty-on-lefty matchup.
I don't know what's more beautiful, the way Eamon O'Gorman just effortlessly fielded that ball and hit it over to third, or the sky you see in here, Fremont, Nebraska. It looks like it's like good cotton candy colored. I've never seen a sky like this in my life. It looks absolutely stunning, just like Eamon O'Gorman's last play did. How did that make you hungry? Oh, cotton candy. Yeah. I've been hungry. Every time he's done an ad read, I've been like, oh, fuck, I want Buffalo Wild Wings.
Thompson has a 1-0 count. Makes it 1-1 with a second pitch fastball. Baltzell still over on third. Top of the lineup coming up for Hastings. Chance Verton in the on-deck circle. That one catches the outside edge. It's now 1-2.
And great placement there by Fraley. He's up 1-2 with 2 away in the top of the 6th. You got to get through this.
The 1-2 offering is not there. Fraley was ready to step off the mound. Instead, he'll have to walk back, and a lot of frustrated voices from the Moo fans. They thought that was strike 3.
I mean, I did too. I quite frankly thought that one was just about as in as it can be, but.
And the moans and groans turn into cheers. A strike 3 swing and a miss from A.J. Estelle as Thomas Fraley sits him down. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Moo still have a 4-run advantage.
The moans and the groans turns into cheer. What a call there. That's beautiful. Wow. And you couldn't have said it any better. I mean, Fraley decided, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm not letting this umpire take away my strikeout, and he just does it in the next pitch.
Well done from Thomas Fraley. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th, and we'll take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse. Tonight's game is brought to you by S2 Roll-Offs and Refuse, Fremont's local choice for trash, recycling, and dumpster services. From home cleanups to construction projects, S2 Roll-Offs keeps our community clean. We would also like to thank Tommy's Express Car Wash. Need a quick clean before first pitch? Tommy's Express Car Wash in Fremont keeps your ride shining with fast, high-quality washes and free vacuums to finish the job. And lastly, we would like to thank Keel's Barbershop. If you're in need of a haircut, step up your style with Keel's Barbershop in downtown Fremont, delivering classic cuts, beard trims, and old-school barbershop service since 1974. And in the bottom of the 6th inning, it'll be Spencer Schmidt coming up on the bump again after 2/3 innings of work. Hastings defense back on the dirt and grass, and they'll look to keep this a 7-3 affair. They have one more inning to try and claw back into the game, or else Fremont will even the series and leapfrog them from 6th into 5th place.
And if you're Fremont, you're really hoping this is the last inning you have to bat in this one. But they can do this how they will. 4-run lead. That's a lot of play. I mean, there's only one play in baseball that can tie that up. But instead, you still got to keep your head in it. You can't think you won it already. A lot of game left.
And this is Ripken Fleck. The leadoff is the leadoff hitter this inning, and a first pitch offering is skied into center field, and Chance Verdon is underneath it for out number 1, and a quick first out, 1-pitch fly out for Ripken Fleck.
Do you think with the name Ripken you were born to play shortstop?
Possibly. I think it was destined to be.
I feel like if your name's Ripken, you have to play shortstop, and at a college level especially, Obviously, this game hasn't been as successful as a lot of other games have been for him, but he's got to be proud of the rest of his team, and he has played pretty well in the field too.
Yeah, usually can play anywhere. He's been at shortstop, been at second base, and has been the leadoff hitter all 7 games for the Moo. 2-0 count now to Malatesta, who is 1 for 2 on the night, was hit by a pitch, flew out, and then singled in his last appearance.
He just basically gets on base every time. I mean, you might as well just book it right now. He's up 2-0. Just put him on first already.
We'll see if Schmidt can take him down. Swing and a miss from Malatesta. 2 balls, 1 strike.
I feel like that's the first swing I've seen from him in a while that he hasn't made contact with. It's usually a foul ball from him. Instead, gets caught on that one.
One away and nobody on board, and in on the hands was strike number 2. Count is even. Malatesta looking to get on the base path yet again. The Moo are nursing a 4-point run advantage. This one is lined into center field, and Malatesta gets another hit, his 4th in these 2 games, and his bat stays hot.
I just want to say I called it. I said put him on first, and look what he does there. That's an easy single. He was batting .420 going into this game, and it feels like he's batting 1,000.
And that brings up Burke Yasa. Has nearly grounded into 2 double plays, and in the middle of those, he's walked. Swings at the first pitch he sees into the left side netting, and it's 0-1. 1 base runner aboard in the bottom of the 6th.
Well, let's hope this isn't the first double play if you're a Moo fan. I mean, 1 away, up 4 in the bottom of the 6th. But Yasa, he's shown that he grounds into a lot of opportunities.
Yasa will swing and miss at a changeup low and near his shins. It's 0-2 for the 6'6" man. 0 for 2, trying to go 1 for 3. That pitch nearly in there for strike 3. Schmidt sure thought it was. Instead, he has to go back on the rubber. Now 1 ball, 2 strikes in the count.
And very good take there from Berkyasa. Berkyasa was actually the Colorado 2A Player of the Year just 2 seasons ago.
And we'll foul off that pitch. Count will remain the same. Easton Leahy coming up. He's 1 hit away from hitting for the cycle. As long as Yasa doesn't ground into a double play, he'll come up to the plate. And this is a hard ground ball to the right side of the infield. It's flipped over to A.J. Estelle, and that is a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play, and I might have jinxed that by saying don't ground into a double play. So we'll go to the top of the 7th inning, but Fremont still leads 7-3.
I mean, if Easton Leahy doesn't get to bat again and doesn't get a chance at the cycle, I'm blaming you for calling that double play right there.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Should have known better.
But if you're Easton Leahy, you're probably prioritizing the team and just getting through this game over having to come back up and bat. But, you know, it would be more exciting if he got a hit for the cycle.
It would have been. Would have been fun to see him come up to the plate instead. We'll go to the top of the 7th inning, and we'll take this time to thank our sponsors yet again. We'd like to thank Keel's Barbershop. If you're in need of a haircut, step up your style with Keel's Barbershop in downtown Fremont. Delivering classic cuts, beard trims, and old-school barbershop service since 1974. We would also like to thank Nebraska Lottery. Feeling lucky tonight? Nebraska Lottery gives Nebraskans the chance to win big while supporting programs across the state. Must be 19 to play. And lastly, we would like to thank Methodist Fremont Health. From routine checkups to unexpected emergencies, Methodist Fremont Health is proud to serve the people of Fremont and Dodge County. With experienced providers and compassionate care, they're helping keep our community healthy every day. Top of the 7th inning, last chance and 3 outs away from a 7-3 victory for the Moo. This will be Chance Verding up to the plate as the Fremont defense will come back out onto the diamond. Hoping to be the last 3 outs of this game as Thomas Fraley will continue his night on the bump. Verton is 1 of 2 on the night. Grounded out, walked, and singled in his last appearance. And Sodbusters in need of a leadoff base runner here.
And Verton was really solid heading into this matchup earlier today, but he struggled in the first game, but he's bounced back a little bit, 1 for 2 now with the walk. We'll see if he can, start something here for the Sodbusters.
That one just misses high. An elevated changeup is left upstairs, and it remains, and now the count goes to 2-1.
I feel like that was kind of a meatball. I feel like Verton could have, even though it was a little high, I feel like he could have put that one in play and done some damage with it. Instead, he'll take it. Take a ball, I guess, but I don't know.
Fouls off the next pitch on the inside half near his hands. Fraley looking for another fan. And he'll step off the mound and call time. And Connor Thompson will come out and have some words. And not a bad time for a conversation. You really want to prioritize the first out. You don't want to give the Sodbusters any chance to put a run to home plate. And usually the home plate umpires had to come and break up their conversations that last a little longer, but this one almost was cut short, but Fraley calls Thompson back in.
I mean, you got to be sure of things. I think if I'm on the Moo right now, my number 1 priority is avoiding Isaac Coleman. He's been dominant today, and if they can get around him, not have to face him, good things should happen.
And if all 3 base runners get aboard for the Sodbusters, Coleman would be up. Could potentially hit a grand slam, but we don't want to look too far ahead, and Fraley misses outside and low. It's a full count.
High pressure situation. Top of the 7th, full count. We'll see what happens.
Here's the payoff pitch. It's in the zone. It's rifled over to Ripken Fleck, and he puts it into his mid. A nice play as he was falling to his knees. And good defense behind Fraley here to start the top of the 7th.
I don't know if you guys heard the Sports Center music, but that kind of looked like a Sports Center play right there, just making it look easy, diving it out. Good, big play there, If that one gets through, they get maybe a guy on first. He could have even possibly pushed it to second. Instead, it's an out.
And a nice pitch on the outside edge is in for strike 1 away, and nobody aboard at the top of the 7th. Again, this is the second game and the nightcap tonight in the doubleheader. Each game only going to 7 innings after yesterday night's game was rained out. 1-1 now to Scholes, who is 1 for 3 on the night. Single and 2 groundouts have been his day. And he'll take a fastball on the outside edge for ball 2.
I mean, good eye right there. Good eye right there. What you need to be calm in this situation.
Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, top of the 7th. Again, very intense. It doesn't get much more high pressure than this.
The 2-2 pitch, and he's rung up. Struck out looking on a fastball inside, and Scholes will head back to the dugout. And now the Sodbusters are down to their final out.
I mean, this is tough scenario. I mean, that ball could. I mean, decent take there. I don't blame him at all. But instead, Fraley will get the backwards K, get his second out of the inning, and just be 1 away from putting this one away.
Jack Riley will be the Sodbusters' last opportunity to put a base runner on. 0 for 2 on the night, was hit by a pitch, struck out swinging, and then popped up. And he has a hitter's count at 2-0. 2 fastballs miss outside.
Gotta stay composed. It's all it is. It's that simple. Just stay composed. If everybody in this matchup needs to be locked in to their full extent, but not let the pressure of the moment get too hot.
That one is fouled off the helmet of Thompson. 2 balls, 1 strike. Riley looking to keep this game alive. You have the middle of the lineup coming up with Isaac Coleman. Started off the scoring tonight for the Sodbusters, but since then they've been quiet. And now a 3-1 count to the 4-hole man. And Fraley will step off the mound as Jonathan Thornhill will come out for a mound visit, and you can tell how much the Moo want to keep this lead and win this game. Like I said, they'll leapfrog the Sodbusters in the standings if they're able to pull out a win here. They just need 1 more. They're sitting at 2-5. The Sodbusters are sitting at 2-4, and they're trying to catch up to a lot of their other members in this Diamond Baseball League, who are all about the middle of the road, except for the Grand Island Fighting Cranes. They're the outlier so far this season. I haven't taken a look at any of the scores tonight. There are some other games going on as Jonathan Thornhill comes out for a mound visit, and looks like that is the night for Thomas Fraley. So whoever will come in will adhere to a 3-1 count, and we'll get you the name of who this is, and that is Ripken Fleck coming in from shortstop. This is not the first time he's been called in from the middle infield. He's had a couple innings of work, and in tough situations when Fremont really didn't have a big pitching depth, now they have 9 strong arms instead of just 5, which they started with at the season.
Now pitching for the Moo, number 1, Ripken Fleck.
And not a bad decision from Thornhill. He wants to save as many arms as he can before tomorrow's game and rubber match if this one goes Fremont's way. And then Fremont will have a few days off before they go on an 11-game road trip at the start of the season, which should be fun and will definitely keep them battle-tested. Jack Riley will still be at the plate, but will be against a new pitcher. And I'm sure Jonathan Thornhill is just telling Fleck to fill up the zone. Nothing but strikes. Not a seasoned pitcher, but he can definitely try to fill up the zone.
I don't know if I'd agree with this decision. I mean, Fraley is 2 pitches away from ending this game. I feel like just let him ride it through. I mean, it's not like he wasn't showing that many signs of slowing down. He was pitching pretty well, I think, in this inning and throughout the last 3. But instead of go with Ripken Fleck, who he's pitched so far this season, but it hasn't been that great. I mean, he's 16 ERA. He's only pitched 2 innings, so that's a little bit inflated, but still, I don't know. I would have ride it out with Fraley, but we'll see how this decision pays off.
Nobody aboard and 2 away. 3 balls, 1 strike in the count for Jack Riley. Hasn't had a hit so far in this night. And Fleck's first pitch is on the outside edge for strike 2. Full count. And the Sodbusters down to their last pitch. Here is the payoff from Ripken Fleck. It's in the zone, lined into center field, and Malatesta makes the play. It's a web gem out there in shallow center field. And that ends the night as Jack Riley lines out to the 8th spot. And that'll end things here as the Moo split this doubleheader 7-3 and 8-3 against the Sodbusters. And we'll see you tomorrow night for the rubber match. But before we leave and give you a bit of a recap, Baylor, what impressed you most about either of these two teams in these two games tonight?
That man right there, Giovanni Malatesta, just consistent this whole game, getting on base, making plays in center. He did it last game too. Just that was it right there. Easton Leahy on third. He didn't have a great first game, but he battled back. He played so well in this second game, and we didn't get to see that cycle thanks to your jinx. But, you know, he still hit 3 for 3, home run, a double, and a single, and that double was pretty close to being a home run, quite honestly. I mean, those two were leaders today. Obviously, you know, Throckmorton and Sullivan played well. There's a lot of contributing names in this second game, while a lot of them struggled in the first. And for the Sodbusters, though, Isaac Coleman was elite. Obviously, he had a little bit of difficulties. You know, he strikes out and he made some errors, but he made 2 big home runs, and that is what has put Sodbusters in the lead in the first game, or in both the first and the second game, actually.
Yeah, so after an 8-3 defeat in the first game, which saw the Sodbusters pretty much lead the entire time, 8-3 was the finish there, Fremont battles back 6 runs in the 5th and 6th innings, and they'll head into tomorrow night's game with a rubber match. And I think tonight's player of the game at the plate was Easton Leahy, a double, a single, and a 2-run shot to really get the offensive engine going here for Fremont. So we'll see you tomorrow night. Fremont looking to take this series away from, had a brain fart there, from the Hastings Sodbusters. So we'll see you tomorrow night. I've been Prescott Deckinger, joined alongside Baylor Dajan. And we'll see you tomorrow night at 7:05. Hopefully the weather cooperates. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Apologize for any technical issues. We'll hopefully have that solved by tomorrow. So signing off here from Moeller Field, a split game series. We'll see you tomorrow.